Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Happy Thursday to you all. It is me, Jermaine Miller. I hope you guys had a phenomenal week so far. I'm happy to see you guys. Happy to know that you guys made it another 7 days. And I hope that it's been a very positive and productive 7 days. I want to talk to you guys and continue on in the goal setting aspect or achieving or accomplishing goals and why setting small goals actually really matter. I had a goal last week. I was talking to some clients, and one of my goals were to record my book, my new upcoming book, Wake Up and Live. My goal was to record it in 8 days. I gave myself 8 days to record the book. And I said to myself, I'm going to just do one chapter a day. That's all I'm going to do. Small, one chapter every single day. I'm going to knock it out. Here's why setting goals are so extremely important, because we don't actually know that we can accomplish the thing that we want and how soon we can actually accomplish it. And the reason why I'm saying that is I said I wanted to do one chapter a day. As soon as I got to recording, I realized I can do another one. I realized I can do another one. I realized I could do another one. And I wound up completing the entire book, which was about 2.5 hours of speaking time in one day. One day I was able to complete my book because I challenged myself. And sometimes we don't know how powerful we are with accomplishing dreams, accomplishing goals until we actually start doing them. And the reason why this is so powerful is because when we don't set goals to go after something and we're not actually accomplishing things, the gap becomes too wide between us accomplishing things and not accomplishing things. And we get too familiar with not accomplishing stuff. And when we become too familiar with not actually accomplishing goals or accomplishing dreams, we actually start living a life of no productivity. What I mean by that is when we're not producing, everything around us is frustrating. We're angry. We're looking for stuff to try to give us a jump start or a jump or a boost to do the things that we really know that deep down we can actually do. So what I want you guys to do, and I want to continue on this goal setting, this goals. What are goals? Can you believe adults, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s are still not accomplishing goals? I was on a Zoom yesterday. It was about 100 people on a Zoom, real estate professionals, real estate agents, and they were struggling with accomplishing goals. And these are people who have been in the industry for years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, 30 years, and they're accomplishing goals. And here's what I suggested to them. I said, if you're not accomplishing goals, it's because of 2 or 3 reasons. The first reason is you don't want it bad enough. Now, I know a lot of people might say, you know what, Jermaine, no, I'm thinking about this all day long. I can't stop thinking about it. It's something that I really, really want. But the reason why we don't really want something bad enough is because we want it probably because we saw someone else with it. The idea about it sounds really great. We're like almost intoxicated by it, or we're almost intoxicated by it. And then what tends to happen is if someone gives us this or if someone does it for us, then we'll actually take the dream or we'll take the goal. We don't actually exchange in time, energy, effort, commitment, and service what is required for us to actually achieve the goal or actually achieve the dream. The second reason why we don't accomplish our goals or accomplish our dreams is because we want it at a discount. We want it at a basement price. If I don't really have to get up early, if I don't really have to do the research, if I don't really have to read the book, if I don't really have to be around the positive people, if I don't really have to do the commitment. What is a commitment? A commitment is doing something you said you would do long after the mood you said it has left you. And a lot of us, we make these commitments that we're going to do something, but we continue to let ourselves down. And what happens is every time we don't do something or we make a resolve, like a New Year's resolution, like so many people, they make New Year's resolutions every single year that they're going to do this. And this year I'm going to lose weight. And this year, and they haven't been consistent doing anything. So how do you have this Christmas list of ideas or goals that you're just going to accomplish in 1 year? All you're doing is setting yourself up for failure. So one, you don't really want the thing bad enough. Two, you're bargaining with the price it costs in order for you to get it. And number three, what you really want, you're focused too much on what you don't want. Let me break that down for you. Most of us, we get so consumed with everything else that's going on in our life, we never actually decide what it is that we do want. It's like the person who's always saying, hey man, I got this going on and that going on and this going on and that going on. I can't seem to focus on my goals, or I can't seem to focus on my dreams because I'm so focused on everything going wrong that I never get a chance to focus on what's going right. So when we talk about goals, here's what the definition of a goal is. A goal causes you to become a different type of person in order to achieve it. Let me repeat that for you. A goal causes you, not anybody else, not your mother, not your father, not your friends, not your brother, sister, cousins, aunts, grandmothers, or any extended family. A goal causes you to become a different type of person. Here's why we actually don't materialize or manifest. I know a lot of people like to use the word manifest, but they're all over the place with the word manifest. Here's why we don't manifest the things that we really want in our life. We're not attractive to it. And what I mean by that is you have to ask yourself this question. If the stuff that I really want in my life, the things that I really want to do, am I the type of person that would be doing these things? So the people that are actually doing the things that they really want to do in life, guess what? They have become attracted to those things, and those things keep coming to them. So you have to start working on yourself. What is working on yourself? Well, you got to be clear about what it is that you're working on. You got to define something. A lot of us know the definition of negative stuff, or know the definition of lack, or know the definition of all the things that are going wrong all too well, that we don't define the good stuff. What I want you guys to do today is this. I want you to Google the word adversity, ADVERSITY, because everybody knows that word. If you turn on social media, you turn on the news, you talk to your friends, you talk to your relatives, everybody knows this word adversity. And here's why they know the word adversity, because they spend all their time defining what adversity is. So when I looked up the word adversity, because I wanted to know what adversity meant, here's what I found out. Adversity is related to obstacles and challenges and setbacks. It's related to failure and transgression and negative thinking. It's related to those things. So if you're familiar with the word adversity, you know adversity has family, which means you have to figure out a way to overcome that adversity. But here's what adversity does that a lot of people run away from. It causes you to look at yourself in the mirror and ask yourself, am I better than this adversity? I want you to put in the chat today, I'm better than this adversity. Because a lot of us, even in the COVID, I'm online with about 100 people yesterday, and these are adults, and they're crying about not having an opportunity to earn income, not having an opportunity to do the things that they used to do. And we're in changing times. Nothing stays the same. The only thing that stays the same is stagnation, procrastination, and even that doesn't stay the same, because you wind up getting left behind by life. So you can't remain stagnant. You gotta move. And if you're gonna move, you might as well move forward. I want to talk to you about something that I actually accomplished last week. It was something that I always wanted to do, and that was skydiving. It was on, and people say it's on your bucket list, but it wasn't really on my bucket list. It was just something that I thought of that I really, really wanted to do. And so I remember going the week up until me actually jumping out this plane and flying. And up until the week, I had to fill out these forms, and they were talking about how I could potentially die. And I'm like, I don't want to jump out of a plane. I mean, already I'm crazy for jumping out of a plane, but I don't want to jump out of a plane knowing that I'm gonna die. Like, why do I want to think about dying? Because I'm going to do something that I really want to do. So the whole week I had to sign these disclaimers. I had to watch these videos. I had to do all of this stuff because they wanted to make sure that they weren't responsible for my death. And so when I finally get to the place where I'm getting ready to jump, I had to record a video of me actually saying that I acknowledge all of these things that could potentially happen. So I started thinking, do I really, really want to do this? Do I really want to jump? Do I really want to do something I really want to do? Because you know what? In reality, I could possibly have this happen to me. And a lot of us, this is the moral of the story. A lot of us, we're caught in that. We are so focused on what could potentially go wrong if we get up and actually do what we want to do, or if we actually get up and try to break a generational curse, or if we get up and actually go after something that's worthwhile, something that my mom is not doing, something that my dad is not doing, something that my friends are not doing, something, this thing that's buried deep down inside of me that I really want to go and do. What will happen if I don't win? And that's where we start struggle. That's where we get startled. And that's where we start to tiptoe through life, hoping to arrive at death safely. You'd be surprised how many people will not live their dreams because every day they're living a nightmare in fear. And so what that did for me, when I finally got to the plane and I started looking at the sky, I didn't really fear anything until they told me to jump. And a lot of us, that's exactly what happens. We can talk about all of the things that we want to do. This is what I want to accomplish. Yeah, man, I want to be a millionaire by the time I'm 30. I want to be a millionaire by the time I'm 25. I want to have a happy life. I want to have a happy family. I just want to wake up every day and win. That's what I want to do. But guess what happens when it's actually time to take action? That's when we start freezing. And a lot of people won't live their dreams because they are in fear. So when they finally swung open the door and I had to jump out, I had to make two decisions. Do I jump out and fly, or do I tell these people to take me back down to the ground? And I can guarantee you, if I told these people to take me back down to the ground, I would be living in regret and shame for the rest of my life because I wanted to do something I just didn't have the courage to do. And many of us, we just need that courage. We just need that switch. Something that says, you know what? I don't care what people say. I don't care how people look at me. I don't care what people think. I don't care. This is what I know I want to do, and I'm going to go after it regardless of what's going on around me. So when I'm talking to a group of professionals and they're crying about coronavirus, they're crying about reform, they're crying about people talking about them, they're crying about not earning any income. Here's what I challenged them on. I said a few years ago, everybody didn't want to use social media. Now, the only way you can actually pretty much become something worthwhile is if you start using social media. You got to be willing to change with the times. That's called evolving. So when you're looking at your goals or when you're looking at your dreams, if you're not going after the thing that you said you really wanted to go after, it's time for you to look at your goals and ask yourself some questions. Do I really want this? And have I been doing the thing that I should be doing to get me one step closer to my dreams and one step closer to my goals? And that's why I wanted to talk to you about me, my own personal self, because I have goals. I have dreams. There's things that every single morning I get up and I'm so fired to live life. I'm so fired to get up every single morning and talk to a group of people like you who are interested, who are hungry, who want to get and win, and they want the principles and they want the strategies of how exactly they can win. Because here's what I want you to know. 5 years from now, if you're doing the same thing you're doing right now today, you will technically be obsolete. I'll give you an example of that. If you have an iPhone, everybody might have an iPhone or even an Android. Here's the interesting thing about iPhones and Androids. They require every few weeks for you to update them, or the apps. Every few weeks, you got to update these apps or they will not be working properly, or they will not be working the way you want them to work. But if we think about how we are, if we're still operating in last year's thinking, or last month's thinking, or 2 years ago's thinking, or 3 years ago goals that we haven't went after really with 100% effort, why are we actually not obsolete? Well, we're just living, and we're just living to actually exist. So what I want you to do is ask yourself this question today, self-assessment. Have I updated myself? When was the last time I changed my thinking about who I am? When was the last time I changed my thinking about my ability to accomplish my goals or accomplish my dreams? When was the last time that I actually believed I could actually win? I can actually wake up every single morning and do the things that I really want to do, not have life happen to me. Most people wake up every day in neutral. And what I mean by waking up every day in neutral, every day we get up and we're allowing life to dictate how we live. So what I mean by that is, one day I was watching, and I don't watch news. In fact, I don't watch news, and I don't spend a whole bunch of time on social media. And let me tell you why I don't spend a whole bunch of time on social media and the news. For one, there's something that requires more time from me, and that's my goals. So I know what's important to me, so I spend more time with what's important to me. Number two, social media and the news are vibrations. And what I mean by that, they're frequencies. So you have to almost enter this at your own risk. What you see, what you hear, what people may say, those things will drain you. Those things will take the energy out of you. And you wonder why, when you turn these things off, you just don't have any energy, or you're angry, or you're frustrated, or you want to punch a wall, or you want to do something that you normally wouldn't really do because you saw something. That's a frequency. That's a vibe. But here I am the other day watching CNN, constant negative news. That's what I call it. Yeah, not constant negative news, because all they're doing is suggesting things to you on a daily basis. You don't even get a chance to think. It's like, boom, this happened. Boom, this person. Boom, this, boom, this, boom, this. And imagine you going from the news to the newspaper to social media, and you're infiltrated with a whole bunch of things that people are suggesting to you. You don't even have time to think, process, and suggest what you want. Everybody's telling you to do something. So here I am watching the news, and as I'm watching the news, I'm wondering why I'm so angry about what exactly is going on. And so I said, you know what? I'm not watching the news no more. I'm done. And so I pick up my remote. Right before I pick up the remote and hit the red button, everybody who has a television should have a red button, a power on their remote. But right before I hit the red button, here's what I saw. The cameraman zeroed in on this person. I don't know if it was a female, I don't know if it was a male, but they were laying on a bench. And on the bench, they had the covers pulled over their eyes. And why is this story so powerful? Because there was riots going on around it. There was fires in stores, people throwing stuff, horns honking, people screaming. It was chaos. And this person was laying on a bench with the covers pulled over their eyes. Oh my God, it was so powerful, and it made me think. Here's what it made me think. Am I somewhere mentally laying on a bench with covers pulled over my eyes, fearing that I can't do anything about my life? I want you to think about that today. As you look at your dreams and as you look at your goals today, Are you laying on a mental bench? And now listen, this bench could be, you know what? This week I didn't accomplish anything, but that's okay. I'll try next week. And the compound effect of you not accomplishing things every single day, every single week, it equals failure. Here's the definition of failure. It's errors in judgment. What I mean by that is every single day I fail to take action on something. That's an error in my thinking. What I'm thinking is if I don't do something, it's not gonna be compounded in the future and I won't pay the penalty for me not doing something today. Example is if I keep eating hamburgers or French fries from McDonald's and Burger King for 10, 15 years, the first day, if I ate a hamburger and I had a heart attack, guess what? I'm not eating no hamburgers no more. But it doesn't work like that. How it works is if I keep eating the hamburger for years, what starts to happen is my arteries start clogging. There's other things that start going on in my body that I'm not paying attention to until the compound effect of my bad eating equals this wrong with me. And so a lot of people can't look that far down the road and say, well, the errors in my judgment, like not going after my goal, or the errors in my judgment, not going after something that I really want to do, how would that affect me 5 years from now? We don't see that far down the road. So I want you to think about that today, because a lot of us, we're thinking, I'm a failure, me as a person, but you are not a failure. Nobody's a failure. We're just failing at making the right decisions to go after our dreams. So the compounded effect of that is my life becomes a failure. So how you change that is every single day you take a small discipline. And that's what turned my whole entire life around. See, a lot of us, what we want to do is we want to accomplish all of our dreams, all of our goals, all of our ideas today, like right now, like right this second. Jermaine says, you know, I want to do this, I want to do that, right? And when we do that, we set ourselves up for failure. Right? We set ourselves up for failure, and we don't actually go after the dream or after the goal, because what happens is we're trying to do too many things at one time. So here's what I want you guys to do today. I want you to make a decision to go after one thing. One thing. What is the one thing that you can do that will cause you to focus on just accomplishing that one thing for the next couple of days? A lot of us are focused on accomplishing a lot of things, and that's great. Like, listen, I got 1,000+ books behind me. If I could read all of those books in a week, I will. But guess what would happen? I would not remember anything that I read. So what I want you guys to do today is this. I want you, and I know we've been talking about this every week, but it's very important for you to understand how fast 7 days go. Every 7 days, I get to see you lovely people. Every single day, every 7 days, I get to talk to you guys. But I've already talked to you for probably about 21 days or 3 times. So that much time have passed. You got to ask yourself, what have I been able to accomplish something good for myself over the last 21 days? Now, 21 days is a very long time. 21 days, you could actually accomplish something worthwhile in 21 days. I recorded a book in a couple of hours. You guys can accomplish things that you couldn't imagine. If you just start to imagine, you could actually accomplish that. So what I want you guys to do today, first things first, set a timer on the things that are going on in your life. Set a timer. And what I mean by that is, if it's okay to hang out with some people, but you don't want to hang out with them all day long. It's okay to talk to a few people, but you don't want to talk to these people all day long. It's okay to go and see what's happening in the world, but you don't want to infiltrate your life with that, because if you do, you're taking the time away from what you actually want to accomplish or what you actually want to go after. When Thomas Edison, I mean, this is such a powerful story. Thomas Edison, he was doing an incandescent light bulb. I don't know if you guys know that Thomas Edison was the guy who invented the light bulb. And they said he failed 9,999 times getting this light bulb correct. Now, listen, if I fail 10 times, I'm going to question whether or not what I want to do is what I really want to do. Because truth be told, 10 times I tried something and it didn't work. I'm not sure if I either got my principles right or if it's something that I really want to do. But here's a guy who's hungry, and the only thing he sees is what his dream is. And this is what I want to share with you guys today. You have to have such a vision for your life, and don't depend on someone else materializing or somebody else giving you something or somebody else doing something for you or somebody else. You have to only focus on you and what your ability is to accomplish the goal. So Thomas Edison, this guy is in the laboratory. He don't care what's going on the news. He don't care what's going on. He didn't even care what was going on with his family. This man is buried in his dream. And you got to be buried in your dream. You got to be buried in the life that you want for yourself and your future. You got to be buried in it so that the things that are going on around you, it don't even matter, man. You like, listen, that don't have anything to do with what I'm going. What is that contributing to the fact that I want to earn generational wealth, or I want to buy a home for my family, or I want to buy a home, or I want to be the first person to graduate out of college, or I want to be the first person to start a business? What does that have to do with me? That's the question I want you to ask yourself. And that's what Thomas Edison was doing when he was in this laboratory, looking at trying to figure out a way to get this thing going. And he finally did it. Here's what he said. I didn't fail 9,999 times, because he finally got it right on a 10,000th time. He said, I just found 9,999 ways this won't work. So at some point, me failing to do this thing, it was going to give out. And this is what I want you guys to understand. When you really want something, you're going to go after it with an intensity that doesn't know what failure is. It's this mechanism that kicks in and you like, yo, you know what? I don't even know. That's just, oh man, that's supposed to happen to me. Because if it doesn't happen to me, I won't look for another way to get to where I'm trying to go. So when he finally did that, he got out. He looked around. He's like, yo, you know what? I actually accomplished a light bulb. Now everybody could see. But that wasn't all he wanted to accomplish. So he took a couple of hours off and he went right back into the lab. And that's exactly what we have to do. Just because we accomplished one thing, it doesn't mean we have a party for 6 years. And that's what a lot of people do. I got friends that graduated college. We graduated college 20 years ago. They're still talking about graduating college. Hey, man, listen, we had families, we got kids, we got businesses now. If all you talking about is the good old days, you don't have anything good to look forward to. So you got to set goals. After you accomplish this, what's next on my list? What's something else I can be challenged by? What is something else I can go after? What is something else I can do after I accomplish this thing? It's almost like I got a bar. Now, all of the things that Thomas Edison had to deal with when he was trying to do this light bulb, he dealt with failure, he dealt with fear, he dealt with anxiety, he dealt with setbacks, he dealt with obstacles, he dealt with struggle, he dealt with lack of money, he dealt with all of those things. So now guess what happens? When he goes to go after something else, listen, all those things that happened to me the last time, hey, that was nothing, man. It was nothing, but he had a goal. And that's exactly what happened in my life. I had a goal to accomplish this. I went after it. I accomplished it. I had a goal to accomplish this. I went after it. I accomplished it. I knew what not having money was about. I've been there before. I knew what homelessness was about. I've been there before. I knew what getting set back was about. I've been there before. I knew what going to jail was. I've been there before. There was no fear. So when I jumped out of the plane last week, it was no fear. I didn't have any fear. I went after what I wanted. And the only reason why we have fear is because we don't know the definition of our dream. We don't know the definition of our goal. And that's the challenge. Like I said earlier, we know the definition of adversity, We know the definition of failure too well. We can describe all of that, but I don't have the definition of my dream. So when I challenge adults, what do they want their life to look like? I want to challenge you the same way. What do you want your life to look like? You got to have a picture for it. Because if you can't imagine the life of your dreams in your mind, guess what? You'll never have it in your life. It's that simple. It's a simple principle. It's seeing first here, then seeing first there. It's not seeing first here and then start seeing it. No, you got to see it here. This thing has to resonate with you. It has to be a burning desire. A burning desire says, hey, listen, Jermaine, I can't sleep. All last night, I was thinking about my dream, man. All last night, I was thinking about my goal. All last night, I'm thinking about what it would feel like to not have to worry about money, to not have my family live what we're living, to not have my mom struggling, to not have my children struggling, to not have I couldn't sleep. I couldn't sleep thinking about people like you who are hungry for information, hungry for just something, some encouragement. I'm so honored to have some of you guys who talk to me on a weekly basis in social media. And you're like, Jermaine, I want to win. I just don't know where to start. I don't know how. And that stuff is inspiring. It's encouraging me to keep going, because there are people that are waiting to hear from me, just like there's people that are waiting to hear from you. So I want to leave you guys with this today. There are people in this world that's not going to hear my voice the way they're going to hear your voice, because of the things that you've gone through, the challenges that you faced, the things that you had to overcome. I can speak until I'm blue in my face to these people. They're not going to hear me. But the moment you open your mouth, the moment you speak, and the moment you tell your story, they're going to be like, wow, if she or he could do it, so can I. So I want you to challenge yourself. How can I impact and empower people to live their dream, because I'm living mine?
Yes.
My sister
Jermaine. I look forward to Thursdays, because I get to get that morning motivation from you. And it's just so relatable. Whether you're young, whether you're old, sometimes you just need a little nudge. Sometimes you need a little reminder that you can. Sometimes you need a little reminder that your voice matters.
That's right.
This week, it's all about planning to use our voices. What you don't know, Jermaine, and we want to invite you. Our students have an upcoming social justice rally on the 19th. Okay? They are organizing. Tamika Mallory in the Until Freedom team has helped them put together this rally, and we're in the beginning stages now. We got another couple of weeks of planning, but they're using their voices, and they're understanding that although I may say something, right, that resonates with some folks, and although you may say something, Jermaine, that resonate with some other folks, it's our students' voices in this season that matter. So you are so on point with your message and your word. And then on the 21st, right, we got a whole final culminating event, right? I think they called it the Sweat Festival. They got terms and names. I'm going to see, because I'm not going to announce the name yet, because we're going to vote on the name. Actually, we'll probably vote on the name today. There's some big stuff happening with that as well. So listen, we're inviting you, because I'm seeing all of my students purchasing your book, and they put it up and they tagging their friends and they telling a friend to tell a friend. So Jermaine, you are royalty in the Swept East Orange program, the VIP Online Academy. We love you for all you do and how you give it up and how you get energized and motivated. So I would love for you to set our day off, right? We're going to have the whole city coming through. Look, Jayla said, I always look forward to hearing him speak on the baby. Go ahead, Jayla. Yes. So I am personally inviting you out to both things. We got our rally on the 19th, and then we got what I want you to open up for us on the 21st. They're going to be bringing their parents out. They're going to be bringing their friends out. And we want to be able to show them the type of inspiration and motivation that we get through the VIP online program. How about
listen, I'm there. I don't even know what's on my calendar. I don't care. I'm going to be there. How about
That's what
that?
I'm talking about.
You know what I'm saying? It's
Guys,
going down.
if you have it, right, let's put this across the screen. I want to make sure you follow Jermaine Miller. If you have not, you have been missing the morning inspiration that he has for everyone. So, guys, follow him at Jermaine Miller. He's been giving folks prizes. He's been doing all kind of things, you know, and basically getting us together. So at the end of the day, I think it would be great for you to follow him at Jermaine Miller. That is JERMAIN Miller. So Mr. Miller, we thank you so much for coming in and sharing with us your gift of motivation, your gift of inspiration. So guys, clap it up for him. Let's give Jermaine a warm welcome and thank you. How about that?
How about that?
Thank you, Jermaine.
All right.
So guys, hello. You are in for a treat today. We have some special guests. We have some amazing people in the building. We are going to tear it up today. Yes, Amber Green, you are right. It is going down. Yes. No, you can take this one. So basically, I'm going to move over to that because she decided she wanted to come in person to do her whole little thing. So hold on. You see my sis? You see how we get it up?
Hey. What's going on, y'all? I missed y'all.
Yes.
It's been way too long. A whole week, right?
Yes. So let's do this. Let's change the name, okay? So this is Yandy Smith. She's going to take over. So much to do. Sis, let me let you get set up and get situated.
Okay. Hey, everybody. So, you know, when I come with a whole army. So my kids are here. Just to give you a little background of what's happening in my life. There was a really big storm, and the storm knocked out all of my power. So instead of me ever thinking about canceling this, I said, oh no, it's time for me to pack up and bring the whole army over to Jamila's house. So I am happy to be here. I would not miss this for the world. I hope you all had an amazing week thus far with lots of learning, lots of encouragement. This has absolutely been a trying week for me, but also a learning week. You know, yesterday I went to the bank. I had a check that came in that I was waiting for, and I went to go cash the check. I got to the bank. First, the parking lot was dark, and I was like, oh gosh, this is scary. Parked my car, got out the car, my baby girl, went upstairs to the bank, and the bank was closed. So that was frustrating. So I said, you know what? Let me go to my favorite little diner. I'm going to eat, go over to the diner because we hadn't eaten yet. And the diner was closed because the power was out. I got extremely frustrated. And I started to feel like I was defeated. I started to feel like nothing was going my way. But then I thought about all of the victims, right, that live by the water, or the victims in the big storm called Katrina that happened in New Orleans. And immediately I was stumped because I said, look how ungrateful we can be. The worst that happened to me is my power's out. So we can't cook, we have no lights, I can't use the internet. We're safe. We still have our house. Our house wasn't flooded. My kids are still alive. My husband's still alive. I'm alive. We didn't lose any of our personal, belongings. But you see how quickly in the split of a moment we can forget all that we have to be grateful for. And I had to hurry up and get myself together because I wanted to be sad. I wanted to feel defeated. I wanted to be frustrated because living with no electricity for now it's been over 36 hours is not easy. But I have my health, I have my family, and I really had to get it together because there was no reason for me to feel defeated. But that was just a little bit of my life. So I am happy that I'm able to be here with you all. And I'm happy I did not let this storm defeat me. Jamila has a book called Built to Outlast the Storm. So, matter of fact, look at that, right in my face. So I'm officially here to tell you I am built to outlast this storm. I will not let it affect me. today we have an amazing program for you. One of my favorite activists is involved, and he has really, really changed how we see activism. He has really changed the face of kind of the modern day Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Rosa Parks, Harriet Tubman, all rolled in one. Always fighting for our liberation, always fighting for the freedom of us. And that freedom comes in many different forms. Freedom to speak, freedom to exist, freedom to have a fair trial, freedom to live life to the fullest, to the most abundant life. And any of you can guess who that person may be? I'm looking at the comments to see. Mark Lamont Hill is amazing. It's not Mark Lamont Hill. I'm looking. Let me see. I'm waiting for comments. Where those comments at? You guys have no idea. No idea? Okay, so then I'll tell you guys, because I was waiting to see if you guys are going to know who I was talking about. But it doesn't seem like you know, which means that you need to get in tune with who your current social change agents are. Oh, wait a minute. Now the comments are coming in. Okay. Yes. Michelandi. Did I say your name right? I hope I did. You are correct. It is Sean King. So I want you guys right now, if you have your cell phones, I want you to follow Sean King. Absolutely. And it's at Sean, ShaunKing. Sean King is one of the most revolutionary men this modern day activism fight has right now. Yep, Bernice, it is. She's like, don't say it's Sean King. It is. So you guys are in for a huge treat. He has been super active and on the front lines for many different fights, many different organized protests, many different organized crime investigations for crimes committed against people of color. He actually just released a book. He was given an award by Rihanna. I actually was there for that ceremony at the Diamond Ball. She called him to the stage and gave him an award for all of the amazing work he does for people of color. He is absolutely amazing. He was really instrumental in getting the men that murdered Ahmaud Arbery arrested. He actually went down to where it happened and brought so much light to the fact that these men were guilty. And this was a case that no one was talking about. This was a case that no one seemed to care, mention, or anything, because he started speaking out about it and he brought some real national attention to this man being murdered. He was able to get all the people involved arrested. And now, you know, these days, it doesn't just stop with an arrest. What happens next is we have to get them convicted and charged and convicted, rather. So often, you know, when deaths of young Black and brown people happen, no one mentions it. You know, it just kind of gets swept under a rug. Sean King is on the front line making sure they understand not only do our lives matter, but you will be held accountable when you take one of our lives. And that's important because there are crimes that happen all the time, and quickly there is justice. But for some reason, when it comes to Black and brown people, there's no mention of it, or it's just cause. And we just can't allow that to happen, because any given moment, that can be one of our friends, that can be our moms, our dads. And we need people like Sean. We need people like Tamika Mallory. We need people like my son to get on the front lines and use their platforms to fight for us. Could you imagine if this was, one of your relatives? Could you imagine if this was your mom, your dad, and they were unjustly murdered? It's never a reason to murder someone, but no one ever was held accountable. No one ever mentioned it. Could you imagine that? So people like Sean come on board to say, no, that life mattered, and we are going to fight. We are going to fight, and we're going to make sure that family gets justice. We're going to make sure that community gets justice. And we are going to make sure every single person involved gets held accountable. And that's exactly why I love Sean. I appreciate Sean and all the work that he does. So I want to make sure that you guys are following him. Terrell is saying, can someone drop attendance?
Yeah, she's doing.
Okay. Jamila said it is happening. So what I want you guys to do also, I want you to think about, as we wait for Sean to log on, I want you to think about your personal life. I want you to think about different areas where you can be a social activist. Think about it. Think about injustices you may see at your schools. Think about injustices you see in your neighborhood. Think about all the different areas in your life, whether it's police brutality, whether it's a teacher being too harshly critical of a student, or being very judgmental, or excluding someone. Think about another peer, bullying. In your personal life, when have you ever stood up and said, nope, I'm not gonna allow this to happen on my watch? Takes a lot of courage. Yep, you may lose some friends. People may think, oh, she's too radical, or he's too radical. Anybody out there ever decided to take a stance? I want to read some examples. Let me see. Lillian said bullying. Bullying is a very big problem these days with our youth. And I know some of you have probably experienced it, or maybe even taken part. And I'll tell you some of the forms of bullying. Bullying is not just like what you see on the TV screens when somebody's pushing the person, stealing their lunch money. Bullying might not happen like that anymore. Bullying nowadays is going on social media, leaving comments that are crazy. Bullying can happen in the form of exposing things that are personal, private business. And, you look for comments, and you look to put people's information out there. Yep. Lillian has a movement right now. She has a petition about bullying. That's awesome, Lillian. Those are all the ways, right? Signing petitions, starting up protests, leading organizations in your school, galvanizing your peers to get out and march against a particular cause. And tell me what that does when you get a group of people together to march against something that's wrong or an injustice. Tell me what that does. While you guys are writing, Lillian took a stand by speaking up against how schools don't do much about bullying, and teachers are the bystanders. Wow. Lillian, you are amazing. That is a huge, huge fight. And we appreciate you. There's so many students right now that are contemplating suicide, that are contemplating, they can't come to school because they feel like their life is being threatened. They don't want to deal with all of the pressures and all of the bullying. And every single child deserves the right to get out and get a fair education. You're right. You're right. It draws attention. It creates awareness. It raises awareness. Absolutely. That's what's important. So I'm hearing that there's a big rally happening on August 19th. Now, that is huge, and it's organized by you. That is amazing. All right. So any of you out there who was going to this rally, I want to see you give me the hand claps. We have to support each other. Yeah. I love it. It is super important for us to take a stance against bullying. And that's bullying everywhere. Someone is saying bullying goes along with mental health. Absolutely. A lot of bullying happens within households, but even in your household, you can take a stand. You can take a stand against your older brother, younger sister, wherever it starts. But you have to make a conscious decision that you will not stand for it. But in making that conscious decision, you have to also make sure you are not a part of the problem.
That's right.
Okay? You want to make sure that you are a leading example. And the way to be a leading example also is when you're being bullied, you put on that thick skin. You know, when we were young, it was sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. Well, that's a lie. Words can absolutely hurt you. But what you have to do, you have to understand your greatness. You have to understand your power. And that's your shield, right? Whatever you need to do to get full of who you are, it will help you determine who you are not. And you will project that energy like, I'm not who you say I am. I'm not going to allow you to say these things about me. I'm not going to allow you to do these harmful things to me because I don't deserve that. And each and every one of you, hopefully, have the ability to walk away and say, I'm not going to stand for this. And I love what you are doing, Lillian. I love that you are taking an active stand and organizing your young folk around you, your peers. And don't be.
I just want to jump in for 2 seconds.
Come on.
These kids are amazing, right? And they're organizing. Tamika was with them yesterday.
I love that.
And she was teaching them the fundamentals of social justice and how to organize with the Until Freedom team.
I love that.
I want one of the students to say, I wasn't there. Can you please say in the chat what you guys decided to organize around? There was someone killed in New Jersey, right? So what they want to be able to do is to bring awareness to this person that was killed in New Jersey. So it's crazy. Like, they are amazing. And then I want Sean to know about it as well. So I kind of wanted them to tell you a little bit. Someone in the chat, tell them what you guys decided to organize around. And guess what? You've been requested. I got a DM last night. I'm going to show it to you. Okay. They want you to be at their rally. Someone requested you from the program. Hold on. I'm going to go get my DM. And they're saying, please, we love Miss Shandy Smith. Could you ask her, would she please show? Because they have committees. So now they're not just doing a regular rally. They have subcommittees, and it's all going down. So guys, tell her in the chat what you guys are doing, and what you are fighting for, and what's important to you. So they're telling me now.
So Maurice Gordon and Amani Kadia. I see these names.
These are people who were killed.
These are people that were killed in New Jersey. Oh my goodness. And no one has been arrested. There's been no activity. You guys are teaching me something. You guys know I have not been able to watch the news because I have no power.
This was the DM I got last night requesting about you.
Oh my goodness. So someone asked Jamila if I can come to the rally. Mm-hmm. Oh my goodness. That is insane. I absolutely want to be at this. Amani was hung for exposing a pedophile? What? Oh yeah. We definitely have to stand up. Has anyone been arrested? Maurice Gordon was a young man killed in New Jersey State Troopers 2 days before George Floyd. What? Wow, that is insane. Well, I'm so proud of you all for feeling like this is something you want to speak up against. This is something that you want to get justice for. And let me tell you something. This is not a fly-by-night, oh, I want to get justice, and you say it out there, you don't put any action. The way you get real justice is going to take real action. So like Jamila said, organizing committees. This is sometimes a full-time job. Somebody like Sean, someone like Tamika, my son, this is their full-time jobs. So they have organizing committees. And then you know what else they have? They have a marketing committee. They have a group of people that are influencers, like myself, like Portia, like Trey, that have large influencers that care about their community. And they say, listen, we need you to activate with us. We need you to get out there and get the word out there. So you kind of got to look at activism and organizing like you would set up entrepreneurship. You need a marketing department. Then if you get out there, you're going to need waters. You're going to need face masks. You're going to need hand sanitizers. So someone needs to be in charge of a budget. Someone needs to be in charge of fundraising. You might need to raise some money. So there are so many different elements that go into organizing and galvanizing a march. But the first thing it takes guts, right? It takes resilience. It takes people that really care. It takes people that really feel like this fight is not just the family's fight alone. This is my fight. And you have to have a personal connection to this, because in order to stand up, it's not easy. Sometimes you're met with resistance. Sometimes you're met with people that feel like you have no right speaking on this. Sometimes you're met with people that support the person that committed the crime. So you have to make sure that you are really tough. You have your back straight, your head held high, and you are willing to get out there and fight for what you believe in. We will not stand for innocent people being murdered. We will not stand for that. And I love that you have taken an active stance and fighting against that. It's so, so important for us to join forces with people like Shaun King, with people like Tamika Mallory. You guys especially, I'm telling you, this revolution is going to be changed by young people like yourselves. The strongest people that I see on the front lines are people that are just like you, young, high school, college students that are deciding you are going to make a difference. I love that. And I want you to continue to support all of these young people that are fighting on the front lines. So I hope all of you have followed Shaun King. Again, like I said, Shaun King has a new book that is out. I've already purchased my copy. I'm waiting for my copy to come in the mail. But I want you guys to get out there and continue the fight. August 19th was my moving date, but I am going to make it my business to show up because I want to support you as so many of you have supported us. We have our special guests in the holdings, and I'm so excited to introduce you all. Shaun!
Hey, how are you?
How are you? It's so good to see you.
It's good to see you, and I'm glad to be here with you and with all the young people who are joining us. And you said so much good stuff just now. And, you know, what they need to know is exactly what you said is they have everything they need right now to be an organizer. Like, I loved when you said the first thing it really takes is guts. And guts doesn't matter what neighborhood you're from. It doesn't matter how much money you have. The first thing it takes is courage. And
that's right.
Courage to kind of get over yourself, to get over your fears, over what you might think you look like, or what's going to happen when you get out there. And a lot of times I tell people, Yandy, that less than people talk us out of doing good, we talk ourselves out of it.
Yep.
And, I mean, there are times where people will discourage you, but for the most part, people talk themselves out of doing good in the world.
That's right.
And you just have to push past your fears and your insecurities. And here's the truth. Everything I do, I'm pushing past my own fears every day. And the same is true for you. It's like, I see people sometimes, like you and I both love Tamika Mallory, and I see people call Tamika fearless. And I know why they say that, because she looks fearless, but none of us are fearless.
No one.
We're all pushing past our fears. Like, fearlessness means you push through fear.
That's right.
It doesn't mean you don't have it. And that's what we have to do for the young people who just talked about people who were killed in New Jersey or any injustice. You just have to push through it.
Absolutely. I remember reading something, and fear can mean two things, right? Fear can mean forget everything and run.
Right.
or face everything and rise. It doesn't mean that you don't get that funny feeling in your stomach. It doesn't mean that your heart isn't racing the minute you step at a protest. I remember when those officers were approaching us in Kentucky with riot gear. When I tell you my heart was in my hands and my hands were sweaty, we were scared. But what we did was we decided to face it and rise, because we knew in that moment that we could make a real difference. And Sean, I want to ask you, just so that they know, because you're definitely someone that we look at as fearless. We look at as someone that you face everything no matter what. What has been one of your scariest moments, and how did you get past it?
Wow. That's a good question, Yandy. I mean, unfortunately, I deal with scary moments all the time. Just a couple weeks ago, we found a group of current and retired police officers who were literally plotting to assassinate me, and were talking about it online, like in a private Facebook group. And somebody inside of the group basically became a whistleblower and exposed them to this.
Wow.
And for my whole family, it's one thing when I get death threats from anonymous sources, from people who don't use their real faces or names. But these were real men and women using their real names and their real identities, literally talking about how they were going to kill me. And it was the first time in a long time that I was actually concerned.
Right.
Because I knew that these were men and women who actually knew how to do such a thing. These were men and women who were trained to kill people, who were trained to use weapons, who were trained to do things and not be discovered. And so it caused a lot of fear. And when stuff like that happens, my mother, my wife, and others, one of the things that they asked me was like, Sean,
is it worth it?
Yeah, is it worth it? Can you do something else? Like my mother, I went to college to be a school teacher, and I taught high school history and civics for years.
Wow.
And my mother was like, can't you just be a school teacher? And I understand, like, I think about it. Like, there are times where I ask myself, is all of this trouble that it causes my family, is it worth it? And that's a real struggle. And yet we push through, and we endure. We do things to keep ourselves safe. I have security at my house right now, but I'm not going to stop. And not just because I know that's what people want me to do, but I'm not going to stop because I have goals. I have things I'm trying to achieve. I have policies I'm trying to make real. I have people that I want to elect.
That's
and
right.
all these things, I have people that we want to hold to justice, like the men who killed Breonna Taylor.
That's right.
All of those things require me and you and our heroes and our friends. It requires all of us to just keep doing the work. And
absolutely.
But it doesn't mean that I'm not concerned, but you just have to keep pushing.
That's right. So we jumped right into it. I didn't even give you a chance to introduce yourself. I'm sure they all know you, because before you got on, I was asking. I said all these different things. I gave them different clues. And immediately the second person, it was Michael Hill, and then it was you that they came up with. And it was like, Sean King. It can't be Sean King. No, it can't be Sean King. We know Sean King's not going to be on here. Sean King. So with all the clues, they knew exactly who it was. And I mentioned our forefathers, and I said, the modern day Martin Luther King mixed with a little Malcolm X, mixed with Harriet Tubman. And I didn't have to say much. I didn't have to describe your physical. I didn't have to do anything but that. And they knew exactly who I was talking about. But I wanted to give you an opportunity to introduce yourself and tell them who you are from your words.
Yeah, and I love that. And I'm grateful for the support. I have 5 kids, and before I say what I do in the world, when I wake up in the morning, I don't see myself first as a journalist or as an activist. I am a journalist, I am an activist, and I'm an organizer. But I'm a father and I'm a husband. I have 5 kids. So I have kids in elementary school, middle school, high school, and college from the age of 7 to 20. And I've been a dad. I'm 40. I've been a dad pretty much my whole adult life. I've been a dad since I was in college. And so much of what I do because I want the world to be a better place for my kids,
Absolutely.
for your kids. And I know that some of the change, I hope we see it in our lifetime, but some of the change I know we'll fight for it now, but it won't happen until much later. I'm a husband. I've been with my wife. My wife and I have been together since we were 15. So we've been together I'm 40, but we've been together for almost 25 years. And I say that first because it's a huge part of who I am. And I went to Morehouse College in Atlanta, and I'm from Kentucky originally, but I moved to Atlanta to go to Morehouse. My college degrees are in history. I have a undergraduate and graduate degree in history, and my first job was as a high school history teacher. And then for almost 4 years, I taught in Atlanta's jails and prisons full time. This was before we were even using, like, we say words like mass incarceration, but in 2005, we weren't even calling it mass incarceration. Like, we didn't even have the same knowledge about the system that we have today. So I taught for years. I traveled to 13 different jails and prisons every day, teaching all over Metro Atlanta. And I don't know if you know this, but I was a pastor for years.
Wow, didn't know that.
Yeah, I pastored a church in Atlanta. And I took a job. I was the senior justice writer for the New York Daily News. And that's what brought me to New York. This was toward the beginning of the Black Lives Matter movement. I had been writing about justice and injustice, really just on my Facebook page, and just writing it for my own friends and family. And a lot of those posts were shared millions of times.
Wow.
And through that, I ended up being hired as a full-time writer. And I've written almost 1,500 articles about injustice, police brutality, racism, and I blur the lines between journalism and activism. I tell stories, but really the only reason I'm a journalist is so that I can use these platforms to help us get justice, you know?
That's right. And I want you guys to understand something that you said that's super important, and I talk about this all the time. It is your social responsibility to watch how you handle yourselves on social media.
Yeah.
You see from his social media, his Facebook page, not only was he able to become a journalist activist, but he also was able to get a job from that because of the stuff and the content he put out there. If I looked at your social media pages right now, what would we know about you? What would we think you care about? What would we think is important to you in your everyday life? Think about it. Think about what's on your social media. Think about what's on your Instagram. Think about what's on your Facebook. Those are the things.
It's true, Yandy. You know, I run an organization called the Grassroots Law Project. And we have almost 30 full-time staff members. And every person that we hire, we look at their social media.
Yep.
And we're not judging them. So, like, and we don't expect people to be perfect. But when we hire people, we want to see, does your social media match the things you told me in the job interview?
Absolutely.
So if in the job interview you told me that you really care about police brutality or you really care about injustice, but our team goes to look at all of your pages and it really doesn't look like you care about it at all, then we're questioning whether or not you really care about it.
That's right.
And so we're looking like, do these people have views that might conflict with ours?
That's right.
So we're not looking for perfection. We don't care if people are posting pics of cute outfits or new hairstyles. Like, that's okay.
Right.
But we are looking to see, like, is this a person that would fit inside of our organization? And so, and that's just me as an employer. Like, what you post about, what you say, that stuff, it really matters. And there are people.
It really does.
There are people now who are not getting college scholarships.
Yep.
even being denied admission for things that they've said or done online. And so
Absolutely.
all of that stuff matters.
Absolutely. So in growing up, we understand that you guys are young and you're trying to figure out who you are, what you want to do. You're trying to figure out even what you believe in and what your interests are. Make sure as you mature and as you get older and you're finding yourself, you go back and think about the things you've done and that you've said in the past. And you can delete, although, it's a possibility that some things will stay on the internet forever. But at this stage in your life, at this age, you can go back and decide, you know what? My views have changed on this, or I want to redirect my energy with something else. But you have to make sure before you get out there and you start, protesting and you start to align yourself with organizations, you want to make sure that your household is in order, which means your social media is in order. You want to make sure that you're being socially responsible. And again, if you feel like, hey, I want to twerk on Saturdays and I got my twerk gym class on Saturday nights, whatever that may be, sometimes you want to also have a personal page. And then you also have a page that if anyone ever wants to check this in your personal name, that's a page that if college administrators are looking for you, will this person be in line with who we're admitting into our university? If you're galvanizing your community to fight against these different causes, will Grandma, JoJo, Teacher Smith, will all of those people look at your social media and feel like, okay, this person is serious about this cause. I want to support this person in their efforts, okay? So that's just a little thing that I want you to take away from what Sean said. So Sean, tell me, what made you decide to make this a full-time job? And how do you sustain a lifestyle, with this being your full-time job?
It's hard. And most of us, including pretty much every activist and organizer I know, we all have to have multiple sources of income, because doing the work that we do as organizers really doesn't pay the bills.
Right.
And so all of us, I have a new book that I just wrote. And in part,
we were getting there, but go ahead.
Yeah, but writing a book helps me pay the bills to be able to do the work that I do. As the work that I do as a journalist, I get paid to do that. And so having jobs that allow me to have an income then give me the time and space. So now some people are paid from the organizations that they work for, and that's fine. I want that to be the case. But most of us are either not paid for the organizing work that we do, or we're not paid enough to actually live off of that. And, there's people lie, and not just on me, but on any of us who do this work.
Yeah.
Nobody is getting rich off of doing this work. The work is hard, and there's very little income for people doing it. And so all of us normally have to do other things to make a living. And so my work as a writer, my work as a journalist is a huge part of what allows me to pay the bills, but then gives me the space to be able to organize people full time. And so the truth is, the people that we're working against, be it unjust police departments or prosecutors' offices, they're working full time. They're working overtime. And so we have to be able to kind of match them hour for hour.
That's right.
The people who are working against us, even corporations who are working against us, they're not doing this just on weekends. Like, they're working against us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And so it's important. Everybody can't do this work, 10 hours a day. But, justice requires a lot of time, and it requires us to be committed to it. I'm always proud when I see you not just using your influence, but using your time. All of us are very busy, but justice takes time, and it takes, I've seen you travel, I've seen you, and there's no time that you've ever contributed to a protest or a march where you could have been always doing something else, but it requires you to say, listen, this is important.
Right.
This requires me to make time in my schedule to do this. So today I'll probably spend 5 or 6 hours today working on something related to justice or injustice. Once we finish, I'm working with a family whose loved one was killed in a jail in North Carolina. And the truth is, American police kill about 3 people a day. And now we hear the names like George Floyd or Breonna Taylor, but on the day George Floyd was killed, 4 other people were killed by police on that day. And the difference is some stories go viral, like just like the young people wanted you to know, like, hey, Yandy, the day before George Floyd died, this man was killed. And so the struggle is so many people are hurting. There's so many people who need our help. And so it requires a real commitment.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's where I think so much of the fight for you comes in. Like, not only do we want to shed light on these stories, but how do we eradicate this? How do we get real change to happen? And I think that is kind of what separates you from so many other activists out there, is that you give us real steps. I remember there was a time when, really quickly before I go there, I wanted to say something. One thing that Sean didn't mention, which I was hoping he did mention, the way that Sean is able to travel, the way that, Tamika Mallory is able to move and travel, the way that they're able to spend all these hours researching and talking to families, flying families around, showing up at the protests. It's really about our donations. It's really about us supporting this movement. And it doesn't matter what your age is. It doesn't matter what your background is. Just like some of you now may drive, right? You pay Geico car insurance or Allstate insurance just in case you have a car accident, right? You don't have a car accident every day. It's not something that you even hope for, but it happens, right? This is the same exact way we need to set up supporting activists and justice fighters and movers. We need to have an insurance plan with them. You never know when your family member is going to be a victim of police brutality. You never know when you're going to be, or someone in your community. So what I do is I make a very conscious decision to donate, because this is my insurance plan for my children. This is my insurance plan for my family, for myself, where I know that if anything ever happens to me, I have been actively donating, actively making sure that I support their livelihood and I support their movement. Because if Sean is homeless, or Tamika's homeless, or my son is homeless, and they don't have access to a computer, or they don't have access to a phone, they can't pay their phone bills, they won't be able to be on the front line fighting the way I need them. For me, personally.
Absolutely. And here's the thing: I'm an organizer, Yandy, but I give monthly to Until Freedom, and so I have my own organization that I run. But I believe so much in Tamika and my son and Linda and Angelo. I give to them every month. Our organization gives to them every month, because and they support us and we support them. And here's the thing: we have teenagers and high school students and college students who donate to our organization, and sometimes it's literally $5 a month.
Yeah,
I'm touched by that, because $5 a month can't pay all of the bills, but if 1,000 people give $5 a month,
that's right.
10,000 people give it, it does pay the bills. And
Absolutely.
so, there's a scripture that says, where your treasure is, there your heart is also. What it really means is, where you put your money, that's where your heart is. And if we care about injustice, we should put some type of money into it.
That's
into
right.
Your favorite organization, into your favorite leaders. And here's what I have found: when people start giving their money to organizations that they trust and believe in, they join the fight at a whole nother level.
That's right.
Because you work hard for your money. Like, and when you give money to a political candidate, all of a sudden you really want to make sure that candidate wins. Yeah. And you had asked, you had said right before that, I try to organize in a way that will not just help a single family get justice, but we're trying to do things that will actually eradicate the problems and
Yes.
change the systems. Like, one of the ways that we do that is we help elect new district attorneys. And just as a quick little educational moment, every city has a district attorney. And that district attorney is elected by us. They're not chosen. And anybody who's elected by you can be voted out by you as
That's
well.
right.
And they are basically the local CEO of the justice system. They run the local system. Well, what I found, and it's a huge part of what my book is about, what I found is that for 2014 and 2015 and 2016, when we were trying to organize for justice for Eric Garner, for Mike Brown, for so many people, what a lot of us didn't know is that those cities had district attorneys who did not care about us at all, who didn't care about those families.
Mm-hmm.
And in 2016, I started an organization called Real Justice, and we've helped elect now 20 new district attorneys all over the country.
Wow.
In San Francisco, in Boston, in St. Louis, in San Antonio, in Jackson, Mississippi.
Yes.
And these are men and women who are radically changing the local justice systems.
Yes.
And not only that, they love us. Many of them actually come from our communities.
Mm-hmm.
I can get on the phone now and call any one of those men and women and say, listen, there's a case in your city that really needs your attention. Whereas just a few years ago, none of those cities had district attorneys that loved us and cared about us in any way.
That's right.
So there are lots of little ways that we can change the system. That's just one of them.
And that's exactly what I was going to say. Thank you for reminding me that not only is Sean and his team out there actively seeking justice, but they are really giving us real practical ways, like educating us about attorney generals, and then also telling us, okay, in this particular state, let's get this person elected. This person cares about the laws that affect people of color. And that's what's important, not just one isolated incident where we help to get justice. That's important. Let's figure out how to systematically change what's happening in our communities. And I want to encourage all of you out there that it's super important for you to think about careers in policy, think about careers in politics, because you're the ones that's going to change what the face of this government looks like. You're going to change what the face of lawmaking looks like. And we need you, honestly. In our community, we don't talk a lot about, how to become a district attorney or how to become a lobbyist or how to become a senator. It's rare in high school or college we're hearing about that. But those are the jobs that's really going to change the existence of us and our children. Yep. And I implore you to research and to figure it out. Again, like I said, follow Sean, because there are little things. I know for me, I've had to research, like, okay, let me find out who this person is that he's, posting. Let me find out what this person has done. Let me find out why he's saying, vote for this person. And it's important for you to do that research, even when you get into your schools. Again, like I said, you are going to be the change makers. I want you guys out there actively trying to make a difference on a large scale, not just in your communities, but on the larger scale, being people that create change across your communities, your neighborhoods, and the world. So I want to get to some of your questions that you have. So please drop some questions in the box and we'll post them for Sean. Because Sean doesn't have much time, but I want to make sure we answer some of your questions. Sean, again, thank you so much. We're going to start to see and answer
glad to be here.
Questions, but I want you to tell them really quickly about your book so that they can get out there and purchase your book and tell their parents about your book and their friends about your book.
You know what, Yandy, if you give me information, I can get books for, I don't know how many young people are here, but I can get books for all of them for sure. Okay. So
it's a lot.
Yeah, we have hundreds of books that we could provide for them. Now, if they're in a hurry,
awesome.
Yeah, if they're in a hurry, they can go and purchase it. It's called Make Change. So they can purchase it at bookstores everywhere, but we'll make sure that we give them some books as well. So I'll make sure I get that information from you, okay? And we'll figure out how to get the books.
They're going to love that because they're organizers themselves. So one of our babies, her name is Lillian. She actually put together a rally and all of them are supported. They have committees and subcommittees. August 19th, they have a huge rally coming up. And they are completely 100% organizing this rally from all that they've learned about social injustice and how to fight against it. So they are actively, working with Until Freedom to make sure they get out there and organize in their communities. So we have a question from Amber.
Yeah. It says, how do you do as much as you can for social justice, even at a young age? Well, I talk about that in my book. Age is not a prerequisite for how much we do. And that goes in both ways. I see our elders, people who are in their 60s, 70s, and 80s still fighting for justice.
That's right.
And I've been to events where I've seen children in elementary organizing who are there protesting and demonstrating, children who are in middle school organizing middle school students. So the question is not how much can you do. I like that the organizers that are organizing the event on the 19th, it's what can I do in my town, in my school, in my neighborhood. Don't worry about something being so big. Like I'm 40. It took me 40 years to get here. You have to ask yourself, what can I do that matters in my city, in my high school, with my peers? Who can I stand up for? And sometimes that might mean there are 5 of you. There are 10 of you. But listen, if you've ever experienced injustice, if 10 people show up to support you, it means the world.
That's right.
So don't worry sometimes about, can we get 1,000 people here or 10,000 people? Sometimes it might be 5 or 10 of you. But when you're fighting against injustice, 5 or 10 people can make a huge difference. And let me say something about that. We have this view of the civil rights movement, and we're often thinking about like the March on Washington, where there was 1 million people there. Sometimes it was 5 or 10 people in a basement thinking through what they could do.
That's
Many
right.
of the marches and protests that they did, it was literally when they would desegregate lunch counters, it would be 5 people. Like, it's not always thousands. It's sometimes just a handful of us.
That's right.
I see the question from Dora. What does speaking about power really mean to me? Well, in my book, Andy, is super practical. The book is about how change actually works. And it's not just me telling my story. I'm trying to teach people, young and old alike, here is how we actually change these systems.
That's right.
And what we need to understand, to Dora's question, is that there are people in power and systems of power that were designed to oppress us, designed to keep us down. And now, even though those systems may have been around for years or for generations, systems can be unorganized or organized. We have to fight back, not just against individual acts of injustice, but systems. Here's an illustration. In Louisville, Breonna Taylor was killed because police in Louisville used what's called a no-knock warrant. That is, they can barge into your home without your permission. People get killed in no-knock warrants all the time.
Yep.
I've seen grandparents be killed. I've seen little children be killed. Well, while we're still fighting for justice for Breonna, the Louisville City Council, with the help of all of us who fought for this, now banned no-knock warrants in Louisville. That is changing a system.
That's right.
That doesn't save Breonna's life, but nobody else in Louisville will ever be killed by a no-knock warrant again.
That's right.
And that's how we change systems of power, to say we're still fighting for justice for Breonna, but we're also changing the systems.
Absolutely. And we have the last question. What was the best advice that you received from an older activist that helped shape the rest of your social justice career?
That's a great question. You know, this year, a lot of elders from the civil rights movement have passed away. And in probably 10 years or so, there'll be almost no elders from the civil rights movement left. This year, John Lewis just passed away last month. One of his friends, CT Vivian, passed away that same day. 2 months ago, a man named Joseph Lowry passed away. And all of them lived in Atlanta. And I lived in Atlanta for almost 20 years. And Joseph Lowry, he told me several things all the way back, even when I was a student at Morehouse, that I've taken with me to this day. One of the things that he told me that stuck with me was the importance of having goals that I'm fighting for, that I can set my eyes on and fight for. Because part of what he told me was, listen, movements are up and down.
That's right.
The fight for justice is up or down. Sometimes we get justice, but Yandy, most of the time we don't.
Right.
And part of what he tried to instill in me was the importance of having my eyes on bigger goals, bigger policy changes, bigger ways to change the community. Like, he wanted me to have goals that would take me years to fight for. And that's changed the way I see the work that I do.
That's right.
Like right now, every district attorney in New York has 5 boroughs, and in all of the boroughs, all of the district attorneys are pretty bad. Some are okay. None of them are great. And it's going to take probably 10 or 15 years for us to change every district attorney in Brooklyn, in Queens, in Staten Island, in the Bronx, in Manhattan. It's going to take us years to do it. But because I have that as a goal, it changes the way I organize now. Like, I have my eyes on today, but I'm also thinking, what decisions can I make today that are going to help us
with
10
the bigger
years from now? And so what that does is it keeps me where I never get too discouraged about a low moment that happens today.
Right.
Because I'm also thinking about things that are way down the road,
That's right. That's
Yep.
right. That is amazing, Sean. Again, we are so thankful for all that you do. We know that you work tirelessly and you put your life on the line for us every single day. On behalf of my children, on behalf of these babies that are here, that are commenting. I don't know if you've been able to see the comments, but we thank you and we appreciate you so very much. We are going to follow you. We are definitely going to get your book, not just the free copies, but we are going to purchase your book. We're going to tell our parents and everyone. We're going to promote your book on our social media pages, right, kids? We're going to make sure we support you as you have supported us. We thank you so very, very, very much.
Yeah, thank you.
And make sure you guys get out there, purchase the book, as well as get your free copy. Tell your parents about it. Tell your communities about it. Put it on your social media pages. It's important for us to support this work that Sean does. Thank you for taking the time out. We appreciate you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Bye, everybody. Take care.
All right. Bye-bye, Sean. How amazing. How amazing. Do you understand how big it was that you guys just spoke to Sean King? Like, that's huge. Okay? This is a person that on a national level that is fighting every single day. He's the person that's going toe-to-toe with Trump. He's going toe-to-toe with district attorneys everywhere, going toe-to-toe with people that are making laws that directly affect you and your communities and how you get up and move every single day. So thank you guys so much for listening, being engaging, and asking a bunch of questions. We appreciate you. So we have another very special person coming up. This person is dear to me. She is one of my very close friends. I'm not sure if she's in yet, so I will tell you a little bit about her. Oh! You're muted, but I was going to tell them a little bit about
I'm here. Good morning.
I didn't know you were here yet. So this amazing, beautiful young woman is someone that I have worked with now for probably 10 years or more.
I can't believe it's been 10 years.
Can you believe that? And you still look young and cute and all those good things.
So do you, child.
You're getting old. You've been working with me for 10 years. You're getting old, girl. So I don't know how many of you out there ever wanted to have a career in TV or film or music, but this amazing young person has a career in these fields, but not in the way you may think. Beyonce isn't the amazing Beyonce. Drake isn't the amazing Drake without all the people that go behind the scenes and make them look amazing. That is from haircuts to makeup to wigs to weaves to eyelashes to eyebrows, all of those amazing things that get Beyonce up there when she's doing all those moves and her wig don't fall off, or you see us on Love and Hip Hop and our hair isn't moving, our hair is in place, or our makeup is in place. Yanice is one of those people that helps to make sure that we are perfect for what we need to do. She runs an agency called Technique Agency with her partner Takoa. I will let her introduce herself to you guys because she is amazing and she helps me. Okay, let me just give you guys a disclaimer. Yanice had no part in what I look like today.
That is all yellow skin, child, and it is
that
amazing.
Is all yellow skin, yes. But when you see me looking good and pulled together, my hair's right and my makeup right, it is because of her. So Yanice, tell them a little bit about who you are and what you do.
Good morning, everyone. I'm so excited to be here with you guys this morning. Yanni, Jamila, know I love the kids, so I'm very excited to be here with you all today. My name is Yanice Joshua. I am managing partner of the Technique Agency, and we are a management agency. So our beauty division manages makeup artists, hairstylists, fashion stylists, and nail artists that work primarily in television, film, and celebrity. So, so just like Yandy said, when you see your favorite artists out there, you see Beyonce, you see Drake, you see Jennifer Hudson, you see whoever, when they have their hair and makeup done, they're usually not just calling a makeup artist. What they're doing is they're calling an agency like mine and saying, I need hair and makeup for such and such a day, and we broker or create those deals that give them the opportunity to go and do what they do. So makeup artists and hairstylists, nail techs, fashion stylists come to us to represent their interests in the beauty space and entertainment space.
And this is big because when you think of, like, just for me personally, right? I have hired Technique Agency to work with, well, Love and Hip Hop, for instance. Like, that started out because I met Takoa, who's her partner, randomly at an award show. She did my makeup for something that Missy was doing. And she did an amazing job with my makeup. And I just randomly said, like, you would be great doing Missy. Let me introduce you to Mona. I introduced her to whom at the time was my partner at a company called Mona Me. I think we just started Mona Me. And from that relationship, right, she now does all of the booking for makeup artists and hairstylists for Love and Hip Hop New York, Love and Hip Hop Hollywood, Love and Hip Hop Miami, Love and Hip Hop Atlanta. They book every single hair and makeup artist. So not only does, she get their makeup artist paid, but they get a large sum of money from the organization like Viacom or VH1 to be able to pay these people, which is another business that so many of you that want to do hair, want to do makeup, you don't necessarily have to be on the ground doing hair, doing makeup, but you can be the boss of all bosses where you hire hair and makeup for these large organizations or for these famous people. Okay. So what made you get into this space, Yanice?
Well, I always loved beauty, right? So when I met Takoa, which was probably around the same time you met Takoa, maybe a year or two after, I was working in hair extensions. I was marketing, by the time I met Takoa, I was marketing director of Indique Hair. And Indique Hair is one of the premier hair extension companies out there. And, I was one of the architects of the marketing campaign that made hair an accessory, because in the 90s, I know a lot of you weren't even born then, early 2000s, a lot of you were babies then, people weren't talking about hair. Like, they would just show up with a weave and it was like a secret, and we were one of the first ones that said hair is an accessory. It's an expensive accessory. So it's like having a Birkin bag or your Louboutin shoes or a Rolex watch and you're in Indique Hair. So we took the stigma or we took the shame away from wanting to change your look and made it a fun thing to do.
That's right.
So I was never good at doing hair. Like everyone who knows me knows, Yandy laughs at me all the time. I don't know how to flat iron. I know how to cornrow. I don't know how to blow dry. I know how to take care of my hair underneath my lace fronts, slick it back, and that's it. That's all I know how to do. But I knew that there was another aspect of this beauty space that I could take advantage of. And then what I can live in and I can thrive in. And once I got there, I realized that there's such a tie in, and you always know, because glam and entertainment go hand in hand. So that's where I really created this hybrid career of marrying my love of beauty and my love of entertainment and making it one. And then when I left Indeed and, moved over to the Technique agency, that's when, really came to light, because this is literally what we do.
That's right. I want to talk really briefly too about relationships, right? Mm-hmm. Because where you didn't tell them how we actually met you. So Indeed used to supply hair for Love and Hip Hop.
But I know we only got so much time, Yandy.
No, we don't have so much time. But I just want to. Sometimes I got to take out little points that's important so they understand. So we met Yanis because she was giving us free hair. And Yanis was so on point, so about her business, that she caught the attention of not just Tekoa, but the whole network. She started working for another company, which was Indeed. Once we realized how amazing she was because she handled her business, we stole her. Yeah. We took her. And that's just because she was just dope. And we hired her. Technique wound up hiring her because of the relationship they had and because of how amazing she was. She was our personal we were her client, and she would give us hair, but she was professional. She showed up every time we called. She was on time. When we came to the office, she opened the door with a smile. She was pleasant to work with. So that's what enabled her to have a whole nother job opportunity, which was now leading and heading up our makeup artistry and hair division over at the network, because she was so professional. So again, no matter who you do business with, you may think at the time, oh, that's just a vendor, or that's just somebody that, whatever. You might look at someone as being small of a totem pole, but remember, yesterday's interns can become tomorrow's top executives or VPs. So you want to make sure you treat every single person you encounter with respect, with courtesy. Like, you want to make sure you are courteous to everyone, that you are a professional with everyone, because you never know how this person in the future can change your life. So moving on, tell us about what an average day looks like for you for work.
Every day is different. Because we have two divisions. So the one we're talking about now is our beauty division. Then we have a business leaders management division, where we do just that. We manage high-level business executives and their careers outside of their 9 to 5, right? So my day starts early. My day starts at up anywhere between 6 and 6:15 a.m. because I believe in having a schedule and a structure, right? Because that allows me to fit so much into a day. Because I always say it, and I know Toya Bond, your amazing manager, says this too. My time is expensive. I don't have any to waste. That's right. So I like to wake up in the morning. I like to watch my Today Show. I like to work out. I like to have all of my me time out the way by 10 a.m. because 10 a.m. is when I'm going to hit the ground running. Right. And, when we have multiple shows running, we can have anywhere from 9 to 10 shows running, and when I say running, mean that we have makeup and hair crews on the ground, 9 to 10 productions all across the country.
Insane.
Any given day. Right. Mm-hmm. And each client and each show has their own set of needs. Right. So we have a full-time staff of 5. And we're each maneuvering that day to day. On top of that, while you have those shows running, one thing when you're an entrepreneur, you can't get caught into the money that you've already made. right? Because that's how I want you to think about this. You have to think about it like there's money that's already made and there's money that's yet to be made, right? So then the other part of our day is spent pitching new business, right? Finding new artists.
That's right.
Answering emails about inquiries, because you can't get caught up in the money that's already made.
That's
why it's so important for you to have a team of people. When you first start a business, I always say the 3 things that you need is a good assistant, a good lawyer, and a good accountant, because you want to make sure your money's right, your contract's right, and that your schedule is right, that you're right. So we are in constant communication with our team, our internal team, our clients, our artists on the ground, and then our other clients that we manage on our business leader side. I spend a lot of the day talking. And I could be talking up until maybe 8, 9 o'clock at night. So that's why I say it's very important to have a schedule, because by 8 or 9 o'clock, I don't want to talk anymore.
That's right.
So
I know that's right.
You have to preserve a bit of yourself, because what I want, another thing I want you young people to learn as you figure out what you want to do in this life is that you will meet burnout. If you're going to college, going to senior year high school, you will encounter burnout, but you have to really focus and realize how you're feeling and listen to yourself, because once you burn out, you're good for no one. You're good to no one if you're not good to yourself first. So I have to deal with a lot of personalities during the day, and I have to deal with a lot of different moving parts throughout the day. But it's one thing that's consistent with dealing with all these different people is how I treat them, right? The reason I came to Technique was Takoa asked me first to come on as marketing director, and then asked me to become her business partner because of how I treated clients. They're coming to you for a service, right? So they want top level service for whatever it is that they're asking for. And the only way you're going to keep getting business is if you're providing something that is top level, something that's amazing. You keep going back to McDonald's because you like the fries. The fries are going to hit every time. You want to go to Chick-fil-A because you love the nuggets. That's a top level service. You're going to love it every single time. So our job in this service industry is to make sure that our clients feel that they're getting the best that we got.
That's right.
So it's very important that you, and like Yandy said, every time the cast members came, it didn't matter what kind of day I was having. It had nothing to do with them, right? They came to me for this very high level service. They came to me for expensive hair. They came to me because one of our amazing hairstyles was going to give them an amazing install that was going to be worth $1,500. So I don't have time for an attitude.
That's right. So I have 2 questions for you in one. So one, why is it important, or did you find that it was important to be in this space and be in the Black and brown community? And then on the other side, I know there's a lot of young men in this chat. This is like, this is not for me. I'm going to zone out right now. Why is it also important for men in this space? And I'll just give a little quick on my show. A lot of times men come to green screen and they're like, oh, I don't want no makeup, no. And then they see themselves on TV, they looking shiny and a hot mess. And they're like, oh, okay. So I want you to talk both spaces. Like, why was it important for Black and brown people to be in this space? And then also, how important is it for men to be in this space?
So I'll do the men part first. A lot of men feel like there's no space for them in beauty. But do you know how much money barbers make? Barbers make a lot of money.
Tell them.
I have sent out invoices for a day for $3,000 for a barber service. I have sent out invoices. I've had barbers go on tour for 3 weeks and make $30,000. So there is, and then on top of still having a barber shop where you can charge area for $20 to $50 for a haircut. That's one haircut. You do 4 haircuts a day. You've already made $200. You could be home before dinner and be good. So, you really have to realize if you're a male in this space, where you can fit in. You know,
That's
you don't
right.
have to be a makeup artist. That's not your thing. That's fine. But barbers make a lot of money. I've seen barbers make money and open several barbershops, go into other businesses. So don't just think when you think hair and makeup, that's it. Because every man you see on the camera, exception of there's very few that
Very.
refuse
Yep.
glam at all.
Yep.
Because when you
It's
are
important.
it's
Because
important when these lights hit you,
lights,
HD is not forgiving.
oh
I know
yes,
some of y'all boys use filters out there when you take a selfie. I don't lie to me. I know
that's
y'all
right.
do.
That's right.
You
And
know,
lights and all those different things, they are very unforgiving. They
They're
show every pimple, every sweat drop on your face. You don't want to be on TV looking like a sweaty, messy something. You want to make sure your skin is fresh and dry, and sometimes you need a little powder. So again, like I said, it's super important. Oh, and then go to being black and brown in this space.
it is very, I say it all the time. I've literally, and Takoa, my business partner, and I have literally dedicated our lives to the representation of black and brown people in
That's
beauty.
right.
Because all of our artists that we represent are black and brown. And it's important because you walk into these spaces, beauty and entertainment is a very racist place, right? So they want to undercut, you know, our artists' rates by several hundreds, if not thousands of dollars because they're black and because we're two black women. So we literally go into every negotiation ready to fight the fight because our artists are just as good, just as amazing, have just as extensive of a client list and just amazing of a skill set as any other artist out there. So you're going to pay them accordingly. So, you know, people don't like, it takes a special kind of person to fight that fight, to negotiate for others. Not everyone wants to do it. That's why they come to agencies, because they don't want to fight for them. So if someone comes to us and is literally putting a whole piece of their career in our hands, then that's what we're going to do. We're going to care for it, and we're going to get you what you deserve.
Absolutely. I'm going to ask this one last question, and then I'm going to open up the floor for questions from our students. Tell us about your partnership with EGO PUD, which is my not-for-profit company. It stands for Partners Uplifting Our Daughters and Sons. I want them to know kind of what you do on the give back side and what your partnership with us has been for all these years.
So it is very important to give back. Right. It's always important to lift as you climb. You know, you can't, because once you give blessings, that's how your blessings continue to grow. I'm a big believer in that. So our partnership with EGO.
Yeah, I'm going to write that down. It's important to lift as you climb.
Yes.
Yeah, that is imperative.
Because I mean, you never know who you're lifting up.
That's right.
Right. And it doesn't make sense if you're the only one at the top. The top is big. There's a lot of room up there. Why am I the only one up here? It's lonely. Let me bring somebody else who deserves to be here. So our partnership with EGO PUD. So we did a few things, Yandy. Our first thing, which is our favorite thing, is our prom giveaway that we do where we select a school. It's always the school never knows until it's the day of the event. And we outfit the entire senior class of girls with dresses, hair, makeup, shoes, everything they need for prom.
And these are not like free giveaway thrift store.
No,
this is like top of the line. Price tag still on the dress.
Brand spanking new dresses, like 90 to 100.
Macy's. We go in.
We go in. Like they get whole complete makeup kits. Like it is literally because prom is such a big thing. Like it is such an amazing turning point in your life.
Let's not talk about it this year.
I know, let's not. We just love it. And it literally takes us, it really takes 4 to 5 to 6 months of work for that one afternoon to make these girls smile. And you know, in order to receive this amazing gift, you have to have a certain GPA, you have to have a B average, you have to have good attendance, you have to be active in school. So we've never not given to a whole class. So that's amazing. That's our favorite thing. And then our latest and greatest program is our program that we do in Newark, that I think we're expanding once this whole thing is over, where we do the magic of makeup class. And we literally take a class of women, and it's an week program, and you learn how to be a makeup artist.
Yep.
You get a kit and you get weekly instructions from a celebrity makeup artist teaching you a different aspect of makeup. And then once you graduate from one level, you pass on to the next. So it's a 3-phase program that we just started this year that was interrupted by COVID, but we will be back.
Right. And the goal at the end of all of this is for these people to actually be hired by Technique agency
and work on set.
And then start to work on sets, doing our hair, doing our makeup. Could you imagine those out there that want to be in hair and makeup, that you take this class for 8 weeks and then you're working on Housewives of Atlanta, or you're working on Love and Hip Hop, or you're working behind the scenes with Beyonce's dancers or Jennifer Hudson's dancers, or you're cutting Drake's hair. Could you imagine? Isn't that amazing? All right. So again, it's important to lift as you climb. Technique offers all of this programming for free, which is probably worth tens of thousands of dollars, because really it jumpstarts your career. People would pay thousands of dollars. Hint, hint, Yanis, after you do this stuff with EG Uplift, you might want to just start your online class or even start a curriculum, because you guys would get thousands of dollars teaching this. And then even after you go through this program, you have, if you excel, you have the possibility of becoming a Technique certified agent, you know, and to be able to put on your resume that you worked for Technique agency, which does blah, 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 blah. That's a really big deal. So you're coming out with top of the line experience, top of the line professional helping you. So that's like a really big deal. So that's amazing.
And then it's also the mentorship piece too, because then you get partnered with a celebrity makeup artist or hairstylist that's been in the game and has such a crazy resume. And this person is dedicated to getting you to that same point. So it goes back to Yandy's point about relationships. It's all about who you know and how you treat people. No matter what industry you get into, you could be an accountant.
That's right.
You could work at the bank. You could be a teacher. It doesn't matter you can flip burgers. It doesn't matter what you do. It's all about how you treat people. And that is really how you grow in this life.
Yep. So we're going to start. You guys can start to fill the comments with questions. Oh, here we go.
What was your most
really quickly, before you answer that question, you said something that I want to take it. So she said, you can be an accountant. So let me tell you about my accountant really quickly. So my accountant came to me like 5 years ago, right? With Queen Naja. And I know all of you love Queen Naja. She's amazing. And she said, Yandy, you know, I have this person that is moving to New York. She sings. She wants to put out an album. She just went through a really bad breakup. And, you know, so she introduced us. At that time, I was knee deep in Love and Hip Hop. I had so much going on with my life. I think that I was pregnant with Skylar. And I was like, there's no way that I could take on someone that's not signed right now, go through the, you know, the rings of getting them signed. I'm like, Lee, I will help you. I'm like, you brought this, just take it and just call me for advice. I'll help you with whatever you need. Do you understand? I don't know if you follow Queen Naja. She's a really big deal. But Lee, that is her manager. Yeah, I see someone like, oh my God. Yes. Lee, that's her manager. That's my accountant. She has a whole YouTube page now. Lee makes hundreds of thousands of dollars monthly from her YouTube page because of Queen. But she was my accountant that asked me, could I manage Queen? And I was like, I don't have the time. So she was like, all right, I'm just going to ask you for advice, but I'm going to try to take it on myself. Took it on herself, and now they are making millions. Lee just literally moved into her new house last week, and they are like killing it. But it all started because she was a dope accountant and decided to take on a project. You know, with the relationship we have, I kind of just helped her, you know,
figure it out.
The management questions she had, and now they're killing it. Okay, so there you go. So it doesn't matter what job you have. You want to make sure you're great at that. So I'm going to get to your questions. I'm sorry, Jeffrey. Here we go. What was your most rewarding client opportunity? If she says anything but me on Love and Hip Hop, so go ahead and answer that, Yanni.
Well, I would have. Well, I'm going to take the opportunity part, because it's twofold, right? So I think the most rewarding client, really, honestly, Yandy, it's you, because you changed the.
I'm joking. You don't have
No,
to.
but it's true because this relationship, because Technique already existed for years before Love and Hip Hop, right? But the Love and Hip Hop franchise is really what changed the trajectory or changed the way that Technique is seen. That was really the surge in popularity that we got. And that's even before my time. I wasn't even at Technique, but I would say that would be the most rewarding client, because that is what changed the game for us. You have to look at what the game changer was.
Right.
So I would say that would be the most one. But in terms of opportunity, before I get to Morgan's question, when Takoa asked me to come a part of Technique, I was an employee, right? And the company wasn't structured right. And that's something that's important. If we're ever going to do a whole discussion about how to structure a company, I'd love to be a part of it, because it was structured terribly. It wasn't structured at all. So we actually had somebody steal all our money and run to Vegas in real life. And
what?
Yes, it was.
I'm like, what?
Yes. And so what the game changer was, the opportunity that changed for me, was when Takoa signed into the bank account and there was a negative $43.75 in the bank. And that's when she asked me to be her business partner.
Wow.
So, like, she literally looked at the account, looked at me, and said, "Will you be my business partner?" Now, I had made millions for other people. When I left Indique, I was running a huge budget. Yeah. We had the company's making millions of dollars, but it wasn't mine. So when I left, I only left with what I came with. I left with my last paycheck and some hair. That was it.
That's it.
And I said to myself, when the next time I build something from the ground up like that, you're going to have to carry me out that place.
That's right.
You got to burn that place down. Because I ain't leaving it. So, so that was the opportunity for me, because it really, that's how I would say I'm the accidental entrepreneur, because that wasn't my life, Jeffrey. I didn't think that was going to be me, but I saw the opportunity, and that has literally changed my life. Now I can't get enough of it. Like, we start businesses now left and right.
That's right.
But that's what started it. Morgan, we've had a lot of mistakes on clients. We've had a lot of those, but there was one time where somebody wanted to put on a wig, right? And the hairstylist was not the best at applying wigs. And we didn't know, when we sent this hairstylist out to this person, this was like a really big person. We did not know that person wanted a wig, right? So when she comes in, right, when the talent comes in and sits down and puts out a wig, the person starts sweating and starts texting Takoa, like, I don't know what to do. And because the location, they were on a boat. So we could even get somebody onto the boat to replace that person, right? So, and this person is like, the talent is like, this is what I want. I want a wig. And there was no talking her out of this wig, right? And it was like this really big curly wig. She wanted it wind blown, but the person could not get it on her head, get it to stay on her head. She actually almost started breaking out in hives around her hairline, because she was allergic to the glue that she bought, because she also doesn't wear wigs often. So what ended up happening was, I got on the phone with the client, and I said, listen, you on a boat. You're already 3 hours behind schedule. Why don't you go for like a J-Lo slick back? You can't go wrong with a J-Lo slick back. Like, let's just do that. Your hairline is intact, got a nice full hairline. Let's just slick it back. And I promise you it's going to work. This is 3 hours later on a boat, okay, in the middle of the Hudson. And they're not docking for another 6 hours, because now the shoot is running overtime. So she ended up slicking her hair back, and the photos were amazing. But it was 3 hours of sweat, because that's another thing. If the hairstylist messes up, we mess up, and you guys don't come back to us. So we have to try to figure it out. So while the hairstylist getting flustered, like I was up there pulling up images, sending it to the hairstylist so the hairstylist could see what her hair could look like if she did this slick back. She ended up loving it. But I mean, there's a lot of high pressure points like that where things just don't go right and you just always have to be on and ready to figure it out.
Right. There was an old question from Jeffrey regarding the prom. He said, will we ever open it up to boys?
We say that every year. We say that we need to get you guys tuxes. We need to get you guys shoes. And I thought we were going to try to do that this year.
I think we should, especially since, so just FYI, EGL Pud used to just be, EGL Puds used to be EGL Pud, right? It was Everything Girls Love. That's the name of my overall brand. And it was Partners Uplifting Our Daughters. When we started working in schools and we really got in with these young people, we realized that our sons needed us just as much as our daughters. So we added an S on to EGL Pud and it became, this is only 2 years ago, Partners Uplifting Our Daughters and Sons. So that has absolutely been a conversation that we've been having about including boys in the prom giveaway. We do a lot of activations now with young boys. We've gotten some men a part of our team, but we were a company that was ran and led by women, you know, and we wanted to raise young, powerful, strong, young girls because we felt like we did them a disservice by not pouring into them as much as we felt like, you know, young boys and young men were poured into. But after actually getting into the schools, we realized there was a disservice across the board. Black and brown boys and girls. So that's when we really just started to change the spectrum of this side of our organization. So we apologize
that we left y'all out before.
Yeah, for leaving you guys out earlier, but we are absolutely going to change that going forward. So we need to get some partners that do suits and
and shoes and
boys absolutely need uplifting too. You are right. But sometimes what you'll find in business, you cater to a market that you understand and that you know. Right. Just like for me with my skincare line. My skincare line is dedicated to people with melanin and people of color because that is a community
that's what you know. That's your sweet spot.
Service, and it's a community that I know. I'm a woman of color. So when we made EGL Pud, it was because we were women and we wanted to cater to young girls and raise them up right. But we definitely saw that, you know, there was a lack in the side with the boys. So we brought on some more men and we absolutely have made you guys a priority. For sure. Did any of you have any more questions for Yanis? Because I can absolutely ask a million more. You're welcome, Jeffrey. I see Jeffrey saying, thank you for responding. You're welcome.
You're welcome, Jeffrey. And there's the next question too.
Yes, absolutely. Well, Yanis, we absolutely love you and we are so thankful. I think that you have absolutely gave us a whirlwind of information and supplied all that we needed to know. And I think you've absolutely opened up some of these babies, you know, career ideas, because I'm sure none of them were thinking about having a career as an agent or even being a makeup artist or a hairstylist, getting an agent to further their business. So thank you for telling them all about that.
You're so welcome. You're so welcome. And there's a whole world out there for you guys. And all you have to do is, like, when you want to do something, just sit down and figure out where you fit in.
That's right.
And how you can make it happen.
That's right. Absolutely. We love you and thank you so very much.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. Of course.
Bye, guys.
Bye. That was awesome. And thank you guys for participating again. And I know that you guys are getting so much great information. I'm so happy that all of these friends of Jamila's, all of these friends of mine that we actually started out with, you know, from back in the day. Jamila came on board with EGL Pud, connected with Yanis when we had one of our first sessions at the Boys Hope, Girls Hope facility. and they've stayed in contact from there and has done so many amazing things in the community. Again, relationships have been so important in building any organization that I've had. Next up, we have Shaheem, who I am super excited about. Shaheem is awesome. He does so many graphics for us. He's such an important, vital part of the business. And he is really what helps our visibility be where it's at. We love all the work that we do. Let me see if Shaheem is here, because I am not sure if he's here yet. Shaheem, you are on mute.
What's going on?
How are you, Shaheem?
I'm all right. How are you?
I'm doing good. I love your hat collection behind you.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Can you introduce yourself and tell everyone a little bit about what you do?
Sure. My name is Shaheem Harrison, senior graphic designer at Paper Planes. That's where I'm at right now. Yeah.
Perfect. So, Shaheem, I don't know if you remember, but we actually met at one of the high schools. You were doing our graphic artist class and web building class. Do you remember?
I definitely do.
Yeah. So let me tell you about Shaheem. So we were doing an entrepreneurship class where we were giving students an 8-week course, right? And at the end of the course, we wanted them to be able to generate income. By the end of the 8-week course, when Shaheem taught graphic art, so many of the people that took his class were able to then charge people, for a flyer, charge people to help with their online business. And it was an amazing opportunity that you afforded our young people. So I don't think I ever got a chance to say thank you.
No problem. That's what's up. That was the plan.
Thank you so much. So tell them about the importance of graphic art.
Graphic art, in a sense, it is what it is. It's art. It helps a company portray or, pretty much explain what their company is through visual art and communication. So I create logos. Well, this is before I started working at Paper Planes. I was working for myself.
That was a secret. I was getting ready to tell them that.
Oh, I kind of gave it away though. Sorry. I was an entrepreneur. I had my own business where I was doing T-shirt printing and flyer designs, logo designs. It was pretty lucrative. I'm not going to lie to you, but then, a lot of personal issues had me derailed from it for a while. And I'm not even going to lie. At one time, I even wanted to quit. I had friends like Jamila who refused to, make that happen. And, now I'm here.
So I'm glad you said that, because I know a lot of us, me included, have been in situations where sometimes things just don't work out. Like we have our dreams, we have our goals that we set, and we're like, I'm going to do this, I'm going to be this. But we're met with so much adversity, or we just fail sometimes, and again, failure is just another way to learn, another opportunity to learn how to do something better. But we are hit by so many roadblocks, right? So you were hit by these roadblocks, and then you entered a contest.
Yes. So
tell them about the contest and tell them who directly you work for.
All right.
They're gonna go crazy.
So it was about last year around this time. I was on my second time about to quit doing the graphics, and a friend reached out to me and told me that Paper Planes was having a contest, and they were looking for one graphic designer from each borough to do a capsule project with.
And who's the boss over at Paper Planes? What, just in case they don't know what Paper Planes is.
All right, so Paper Planes is the apparel company, the Rock Nation, which is owned by your boy Jay-Z, Sean Carter.
Y'all hear that? Yeah, they about to go crazy. Just watch the comments. You'll see. Yep. So he works directly for Jay-Z. Okay. Remember, this is someone that was getting ready to quit, that was getting ready to throw in the towel, that was getting ready to say, I'm done. This is not working out for me. I'm throwing this all away. But you decided, like, you know what? My friend is telling me about this contest, so let me just go see, right? Yep. You always need that one good friend that's going to push you, or that's just like, yo, here's an opportunity. Maybe this is for you. So, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so I believe, I'm not sure how many people participated from my borough, but long story short, I won. And the creative director there decided that he wanted to keep me around by giving me like little freelance jobs here and there. And in November of last year, they created a position for me and hired me on the spot. So I've been there almost 8 months now.
Wow.
And there I am the graphic designer, where I create a lot of the prints, the details, the stuff like this. I don't know if you can see the shirt, but you know,
Yeah, we can.
prints. It's a very small company, so you know we all work together very closely. You know what I mean, to make the dream work. But yeah,
When he says small, he means by the amount of employees, not
amount
by
of
how much
employees.
money they make,
Correct.
right?
Correct.
Okay. So, what are some of your daily responsibilities working for Paper Planes?
Well, there's a lot. So when you go into the Paper Planes IG, you're going to see a lot of images that are put up there. Anything that's not on a model is something that I created, which would be called social assets. Kind of gives an idea of what's going on, or it might be a sales flyer, or it might be any project that we have coming up. Like, for instance, we do a lot of social work as well. The last one we've done, I believe we donated about $1,000 to 96 families in the NYSHA program.
Whoa, that's $96,000 that they just gave away, guys.
So you know, we work very close with the communities. You know, other than doing social media assets, I create the graphics for the T-shirts. My boss may create some like apparel, like hoodies or jackets, whatever the case may be, and he may need some artwork to go on top of it to finish the design.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty much
there's
about
a hat behind you, right?
Which one?
Paper Planes hat on the bottom shelf.
All of them are Paper Planes. Which one?
Oh, the one with the thing that looks like a triangle, that looks like a plane right behind you.
This one?
Yeah. So you guys know that hat, right? When you immediately see that hat, what do you think of? Right. I don't even have to see your comments to know what you think of. Yeah. That is the job of a graphic artist, right? A graphic artist is, yep, you see that? They come up with all of these designs to give brands an identity. You don't even have to say Rock Nation. You don't even have to write the words. You see that paper plane and you automatically think Rock Nation, Jay-Z, Beyonce. You automatically know the brand that comes with that, because the image is so strong, the image is so distinct, and you know, the man wears it, Jay-Z wears it all the time. So those are the things that graphic artists have a keen eye in developing, like what is going to set this particular new era hat apart from every other new era hat? What's going to set it apart from the Yankee? What's going to set it apart from, you know, whatever else? And then you have a graphic artist come up with a design like that, and it totally takes the company to a whole new space, because now everyone's like, oh, that paper plane, I'm affiliated with Jay-Z. I'm a part of Jay-Z's brand when I wear this hat. And I think that's like a huge weight on your shoulders, because you have to creatively come up with these things, right?
Yep. And it's like we design a year in advance, and even though we have so much time to design, it's still like it's not an easy thing to do. You know what I mean? You have to do a lot of development research just so that you can get work done. You know. So.
That's right. There's another logo that has been really important, has been on a lot of things that I've worn. The Until Freedom logo.
Yes.
So you guys spoke to Tamika Mallory yesterday, and the Until Freedom logo now is huge. You know, everywhere we go, we wear the T-shirts. When we're on the front lines, when we are fighting for freedom, we wear this.
Fire.
Tell us what was the thought behind developing this? What did it mean to you when you made this? And what helped you come up with this?
Well, Definitely, it was definitely kind of, I don't want to say long process, but it was a very thought out process, and it was a lot of Tamika's doing. She had the idea of using an eagle soaring, eagles in the sky soaring, they're free, and
Hmm.
what's going on, like pretty much is self-explanatory. Until freedom, we're not dot 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 dot.
Right.
So yeah, that was pretty much all her idea. I just put it together. I didn't want it to make it look like an exact eagle. So if you look at the image, it's an image of a bird, but you really can't tell that's an eagle.
Hmm.
Just a
Yep.
little abstract artwork, something that that can be worn by everybody.
That's right. And for me, it's so like when I looked at it, like definitely when I thought of the bird, I definitely think freedom because a bird can go anywhere, right? The sky is limitless, and you can travel all around the world as a bird. You can travel as far as your wings can take you. There's no limitations, right? But then also there's a circle here, and a circle for me represents
Infinite.
everlasting, forever. It never ends. And I feel like that's what freedom represents. It's forever. Like this is until freedom, so it's something that's everlasting. And for me putting that together, like immediately I got it. Like even if until freedom wasn't here, but I saw this bird and I saw this circle, it makes me think of everlasting freedom. And that's again, that's what's key about graphic artists. You're able to capture an idea. You said Tamika said, "This is what I want. I want something to represent unto freedom." I think when I think of birds, I think of freedom. He could have put smack dead an eagle standing. No, but this is a bird that looks like it's flying, and in the circle, every aspect of this, for me, represents everlasting freedom or until freedom. So I really completely understood what you meant by developing a logo like this. And I appreciate that. What would you say for young people wanting to get in this space and into this business? Where does it start? Where do they start?
Right now it's so easy. Pretty much all you need is software, Photoshop. You get a subscription, it's probably like $10, $20 a month. But honestly, they have so many tutorials online that you can learn, and with that information you gain, you can make a lot of money real quick. Um, Definitely, I'm actually thinking about even trying to do like a boot camp class, real quick, for,
They
like
would
beginners,
love that.
you know what I mean, and kind of boost their confidence up on starting their own graphic design business. Because I mean, this is a field that's always going to be needed
Yes, forever.
forever.
Yep,
The trends may change, but the designs will still be needed. So I mean,
that's right.
you can work for a company, you can work for yourself. Either way, you can make money. You know what I mean? It's a great skill to have.
Absolutely. I think that's important as you all are thinking of careers you want to get into. You want to think about careers that are everlasting, that are evergreen, where there will always be a need. As long as there are brands, as long as there are things for you to purchase and buy, there will always need to be graphic representation of that brand. So it's a super important job. So I wanted to open the door for some questions as well, because I know that a lot of you are artists and you're always looking for new ideas and brands. While you guys are coming up with your questions, I have a question. What's another brand that we may recognize that you have designed for?
I mean, there's some that I can't talk about,
Oh,
but you'll see real soon.
okay. And let me ask you a question. That's funny you say that. Do a lot of these companies give you like a non-disclosure agreement because they don't want you talking about the designs or even the fact that you're the creator of the designs?
Yes, most definitely. In most cases, yes. In a lot of cases, they actually don't even want you working with other brands. What's so dope about the company I work
Really?
for is that they are very, very. How can I say, like, they want you to be great. You know what I'm saying? So they look forward to helping you any way they can. They don't discourage you or tell you, hey, you can't design this or you can't do this. You know,
That's right.
as long as you do your work for us, we're good. You know.
Okay. I see one question right here. What do you do when you have a creative block?
Wow. What do I do when I have a creative block? Back in the days, I used to skateboard. I was amateur on a team. I used to do that a lot. Nowadays, I'm scared to get on a skateboard with my age. So I most likely just walk around, or most recently, I've been going to galleries, looking at artwork, getting some type of inspiration. Go down to the city. Last weekend, I was at Dumbo. There's this park down there that overlooks the Statue of Liberty. Pretty dope scene. So I was down there, got some inspiration. So, you know,
I love that.
I don't let it defeat me. You got to beat it.
That's right. So Jeremiah wants to know, where can he purchase the hat?
You can go on our website. It's paperplanes.shop. The name of the hat is called a Blueprint. We actually are dropping another color to this, which is the silver version to this hat. So silver with black text. The hats are, I believe this one is $50.
Woo, baby.
And all the hats come with the pins. Not this particular one, but you know.
Oh, nice. And that's a pin you can take off?
Yeah, you can take it off, put it on your lapel, put it on your shirt, put it on whatever.
Wow. Okay, so I'm going to ask one more question from Sincere. It says, how does a person who's looking at graphic design career get themselves out there?
You have to put yourself out there. I mean, there's so many resources out here that works in your favor. If you have art, put it out there. You can go deviantart.com, Core 77.
Oh, wait, say that again. Say that again so they can write it down.
DeviantArt.
There you go.
You have Core 77. You have Behance. What you could do is join a lot of forums, because that's how I got a lot of work back in the days as well. Because on those forum threads, you'll find a lot of people looking for work.
And forum threads, is that on Facebook?
Forums is just in general, like any type of like, if you go to like a graphic design blog site.
Okay.
And they have like threads, people communicating with each other, you know.
So
there's so many different ways. So yeah, there's tons of ways. You just got to put yourself out there. Nobody's going to know who you are, what you do, unless you put yourself out there.
Yep. And do you use your Instagram as a platform as well to put yourself out there?
I did.
You did?
I'm having issues with mine right now, so I have like a little temporary account. But everything that I created at one particular time, I posted. And I know a lot of people are annoyed, but
so what?
Exactly. You know what I mean?
So what?
Another thing I learned about it, I mean, it's probably, you guys know better than me, but hashtags definitely help. Finding the right hashtags can boost your viewage, and yeah.
Yep. So hashtag graphic artist, hashtag, like all those different things.
Like I used to hashtag like at least 15 different hashtags in one image. I would go crazy with it. Graphic design, apparel design, streetwear, flyers, business cards, website, whatever it was. You know, I would copy it and paste it every single time.
Well, Shaheem, thank you so much. We actually are probably a little over time. This is so much great information. We appreciate you. You have definitely, I'm sure, inspired so many artists out there. Especially you inspired me, telling me that you almost quit, but then this opportunity came right around the corner. There's always something about that person that pushes past the fear, pushes past the doubt. There's always an opportunity right around the corner. So we thank you for pushing past. I can't wait to get my Paper Planes hat. I'll be looking for it in the mail. I'll be sending you my P.O. Box address. Thank you very much.
No problem. Let me know what color you're looking for.
Black is always good. I like that blue behind you as well. Make sure mine has the pin. My husband loves those planes, so that is a shameless plug.
I got you.
Thank you so much for all that you do. Thank you again for pushing past. Tell the Rock Nation team we love them and we thank them for the support.
No problem. I will. Thank you.
Bye, Shaheem.
Later.
All right. Bye-bye. Guys, thank you so much, all of you students. I love always seeing you say thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm sure that so many of our guests love seeing that you guys are thankful for them. So I appreciate you all for being in tune, being engaging. All the questions are great. I keep trying to keep up with the comments as I'm speaking or as someone's speaking. You guys have so many great comments. One comment that I want to address right before I make a huge announcement. Bernice earlier was asking me, have I done my research on Shaun King? And I want to say I have. I've done my research. I've seen all of the comments about money being taken. I've seen the comments about, is he this? Is he black? I've seen all of it, right? But for me, it's important for me not to just read the negative, but to go in and figure out what is the truth. So what we've done, what Tamika has done, what the Until Freedom team has done, and so many other people, we pull back the curtains, right? Shaun posts all of his books. Anyone that donates, anyone that spends money with his organization, however much money he makes from his book, he makes it public record. So everyone can see what he files for his taxes. Everyone can see the money that comes in if you do the research. And every single dime is accounted for. You got to be careful, right? When you're in these spaces of activism, when you're a public figure, people will do, especially when you're a public figure that wants to do right, when you want to do things that are good, people will try every single thing they can to break you down. There are always people that are infiltrators. And those infiltrators come along, Bernice, to deter you from investing, from deterring you from believing that person. And those infiltrators sometimes can pose and have a picture that look like me, but it's not my voice. It's not me talking. They have people that come in to distract you. They have people that come in to deter you. They have people that come in there to be divisive, to devise a plan to separate you from the mission. You got to be careful. You got to make sure you do your own research and you don't just believe everything you see out there. Before you jump and want to break someone down, or before you sit there and say, have you, or can you, or I've read this, make sure you go take it a step further and see the authenticity of what you're reading. Do your research. And even still, in those moments, we opened up the floor for questions. You could have asked Shaun the very question you asked the minute he got off the line. You could have asked him. I want to make sure that there's no one here that is looking to be against the movement, because you're going to need that movement one day. Each and every one of us, God forbid it happens, but most likely will experience some type of racism, some type of oppression, some type of bigotry. And you want to make sure you have a team of people that support you. You want to be able to turn to your community leaders and say, hey, this is what happened to me. It wasn't right. I need you to help me with this. I need to organize and get this person out of office. I need to organize, get justice for this particular thing that happened to me or happened to my community. You want to make sure that you have absolutely been a person that is stand up on your own, that you are not just going with status quo. You're not just listening to every little bit of information you hear, but you are actually doing your own research. Read the books. Go look at the files. Go look at the bank statements. Go look at the tax returns. Okay? You want to make sure that you are not a person that is just believing every single bit of information out there on both sides, on the positive side and on the negative side. You want to do your research. But then if you have an opportunity to face something and ask up front any concern that you have, you do just that. You don't want to be a person that talks behind the scenes or that, get behind the computer and types all these different things. When you have an opportunity to face it head on, that's all about pushing past your fear. You might be like, oh, this is Shaun King. I don't know. No. You have a right. You have a right to ask if you're concerned about certain things. I had a call with Joe Biden's team the other day, and I had questions. I didn't wait till his representative was off the line to say, what about his policy against police brutality? What about the fact that he's been quiet on this front? What about the fact that he hasn't talked to the people on the ground that are actually doing the work? Nope. I sat on that phone and I said, I don't like how this, or I've seen that he's been complacent in this. Tell me Why is that? Because I'm not a person that's scared to speak up for something that's going to affect my community. Okay, so I wanted to advise you to make sure you do that. I'm a little bit over time, but the special announcement that I have is we've scoured your social media. We've looked at some of your DMs, and I've promised that I'm going to help the SWEP Instagram, okay? But I wanted to make sure it was twofold, that I helped the Instagram, but I also did not want to promote Dove or Ivory, or I want to make sure that I'm promoting a brand that I care about or a brand that I believe in that works for skincare. What other brand than my own? So I have officially picked some Yale ambassadors, and I'm going to announce them. I'm going to say their Instagram names as well as their first names, and we are going to put them on the screen as well. So the Yale Skincare official youth ambassadors, and this means I'm going to promote your videos. I'm going to, hopefully when COVID is over, I want to do a photo shoot with you all. I want to post the pictures. I want to put you on the Yale page. I want to put you on my private, my Yandy Smith page as well. Your TikTok videos, your regular edited videos that are great. You are in this position because you asked. One, some of you, closed mouths don't get fed. And then two, because you have content that is up to par and it is in line with my brand. So first, I have Shantae Foster. Give Shantae a round of applause. Go Shantae. Okay, next, and her Instagram is @Shantae.ja. Next, we have Robin Rivers. Give Robin a round of applause. Go Robin. We are so proud of you all. Her Instagram is Robin. That's ROOOBIIINNN. Okay. Next, we have, oh, wait, it's below. So I don't have to repeat everyone's Instagram. So I'll say the names really quick. We have Eva. Give Eva a round of applause. Go, Eva. We have Nyla Davis. Give Nyla a round of applause. Go, Nyla. Next, we have Janice. Give Janice a round of applause. Then we have Jeffrey Farmer. Yeah. Is this Mishalande? Mm-hmm. Mishalande. Woo! Yeah. Then we have Ruby. Ruby Sarpong. Go, Ruby. Oh, yeah. Next, we have Danielle. Y'all give Danielle a round of a hand. After Danielle, we have Kofi. Kofi, where you at? Go, Kofi. You can clap. Come. Kofi. After Kofi, we have Celeb J. Yeah. Go, Celeb J. After Celeb J, we have Baddie. That's Baadai. I don't know your real name. I don't have that listed here, but Baddie. Woo! Then we have @K.maxout. I'm not sure your first name, but go K.maxout. Last and certainly not least, we have @TheNaa. So that is THENAAA_. Go! That is it. You guys deserve this. I'm so happy. Now we're in business with each other. We are partners. I'm going to give you all an ambassador code. So as you promote, as your code makes, are you done? As your code makes money, all of your guests that buys with your code will get a 10% discount. And as your code promotes, you will also receive 10% of everything your code makes. So some of your code might make $1,200 at the end of the month, right? So at the end of the month, you get 10% of that. Who knows what 10% of $1,200 is? Let me see. I ain't gonna tell you. Because you gotta be able to figure out what you're making at the end of the month. And every single month, I will tell you what your code made. Or Jamila will tell you. Because we're gonna get all your information.
It's right here.
Who can tell me what 10% of $1,200 is? What you would make, or some of your codes might make. So 1 month, Infinity's code made $12,000. Infinity went and bought right, Jeffrey said $120. There you go. Great. She went and bought a MacBook because she got a check for $1,200. So I want you guys all to really work hard at this. You are an official ambassador, and this is the start of your business. You know, you guys are officially entrepreneurs because however hard you work, however much you hustle, that's how much money you're going to make. So you get out there, you promote every day, or you promote once a week. That'll determine how much money you make.
Okay, so you're not only teaching them business, but you're teaching them how to make money now. And that's what the Schwepp VIP online program is all about. But it's time. We're over time by 9 whole minutes. So guys, go get your lunch and be back at 12:30. More to come. It's Yandy Smith, Jamila T. Davis, and Amir.
And it's going down.
See ya.
Bye.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back. I'm glad. I hope you guys had an amazing lunch. And as you know, every single Thursday we meet here live for our virtual town halls. And in the afternoon, we have your higher education opportunity segment. And so today it's my pleasure to introduce to you guys Dr. Janae Wingfield. Dr. Janae Wingfield comes from Rutgers University. Janae, are you in the building?
Hi, guys. Yes, I'm here.
Hi, welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for being with us. So I'm going to give you the floor. Please just, let our young people know a little bit about you. First and foremost, I just want to shout you out because here at Swept East Orange and VIP Online Academy, representation matters. And it's such a privilege to see you with all this melanin glory. Listen, it's a thing, right? Young Black woman. And so I just want to give you the floor to just, tell a little bit about your story. Our young people are super zesty and enthusiastic. So feel free to ask them questions in the comments and I'll be right here when you're done.
All right. Thank you so much, Lydia.
Thank you.
Hi. Can everyone hear me now? Can someone just respond in the chat if you can hear me clearly? Okay. All right. So I'm gonna try to go ahead and get started again. I see that some of you are just getting in. Stand by. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna just go ahead and get started. And if sound becomes an issue again, just drop it in the chat. Okay, so again, I am Dr. Janae Wingfield. I work at Rutgers University, but I really wanted to take some time to share with each of you guys my story before I really started to talk about my role and what it is that I do in higher ed. for many years, I never told my story, right? Because I didn't see the relevance of it. I was like, that's just the way I grew up. That's the way that I lived. And that's just what it was. And it doesn't really impact who I am today. But throughout the years, I realized, right, that our stories absolutely impact the trajectory that we take in our lives. So I grew up in the city of Newark. My family's legacy is very interesting, right? Because I come from a family of essentially street drug dealing family, right? And that was something that stuck with my family a lot and like really was who they were known to be. But my mom always emphasized the importance of education. So despite that being something that my family did as a part of survival, education was always at the forefront. And always highly encouraged. So I've always been a student that really enjoyed schooling, right? But I'd also recognize that that hasn't been everybody's experience. Not everybody enjoys school. There's not always positive experience that happen within school. So one of the things I first want to do with you all is to think about what has schooling been like for you, right? So if you guys can take a second, think of a word, think of a phrase, and just start to throw it in the chat. What has schooling been like for you? Right? So was it a positive experience? Is it something that you struggled with? Okay, I'll keep going. All right, so are we there, guys? Looking for you guys to engage a little bit here. I want you guys to be thinking about what school has been like for you. Decent, right? But tell me more. Like, why is it decent? Stressful. So now we're starting to get a lot of thinking that comes in. And a lot of this influences where you end up in life, right? So if it's something that's been stressful, it's been an obstacle. Schooling was definitely stressful, but also positive, right? All of these things are things that influence how you decide a journey. Oh, see, so some of this is very disappointing, right? But a large part of this is that we don't have enough of people who understand what schooling is like, what our personal lives are like, who will, 10 years ago. So we have my high school experience was not good at all, but it definitely changed my entire life upside down for the good, right? So while schooling can sometimes be stressful, while schooling can sometimes decide which direction you choose to take in your life, schooling is definitely something that it's all about determination this year, right? So you always have to keep going. So what's been really important for me, right? So I decided to stick with schooling despite my own personal life being sometimes stressful. I always found something within school that was positive. And sometimes school, you have to identify who is a teacher, who is a mentor, who is somebody that means a lot to you, right? So within school, even if you didn't have a positive experience, you start to think about who you're surrounding yourself with, right? Who is your tribe, right? Identifying a tribe can also really be impactful of which direction we take in our lives, right? Definitely this for everybody is great, right? So I'm like reading, like, bear with me, guys, right? Because this being on a platform like this is something that's new for me. So I'm looking at your comments, so I'm also having this conversation with you. But I'm seeing a lot of people haven't not had good experiences. And I want to change that image for you. As a young Black woman who decided to stick with it, I think that is absolutely important to understand who it is that you could turn to and who it is that you could look forward to. So I have a lot of conversations with Jamila, and a lot of what we talk about is like mentorship, right? So even if school is an area of struggle for you, how are you identifying who that important adult is to you? Sometimes that adult is not going to be in school. Sometimes that adult is someone that's in a community. Sometimes that adult is someone that you're going to find in a community like this one that's being formed online, okay? So I think that it's really important for you guys to start to think about who you're surrounding yourself with in order to really determine which direction you want to go in, right? So I also saw in the comments that some of you are like, yeah, school is just not for everybody. But I want you to know that you're entitled to have a quality education. Earlier, we had Sean King on, and Sean King talked about how his career started as a classroom teacher, right? Y'all, these comments are really disheartening because I'm seeing a lot of really negative experiences with you guys saying that school is mostly bad. And I'm gonna be honest, I didn't expect for so many people to comment that they've had such poor experiences. That is actually throwing me off from a lot of the speaking points that I created for you guys. But I'm glad I have this opportunity today, because what I would like to do is start to think about how we can change the narrative around schooling and what can our roles be as young people to start to shift this, right? Because if you all had such challenging or what you're describing as bad experiences at school, how can we start to think about the way that we can shift that for the generations that are coming up behind us, right? So also on one of the earlier workshops, we talked about lifting as we climb, but we also have to be thinking about, as a part of that, how are we pouring into our communities? So what I do more specifically at Rutgers University is I teach teachers. I am a professor in the teacher education program. And part of why I chose to do that work is because I was interested in recruiting and supporting and teaching teachers how to work in urban school communities, right? But oftentimes we don't have enough people who are interested in that field of work. And we see from the responses that we gave that having teachers that understand the communities that we live in, that understand the content that's being taught, that understand the importance of building relationships with us is extremely important, right? And so you should have that mentorship or those partnerships within your guidance office, but you should also be able to have it in your classroom as well. Right. So I imagine that because many of you had these challenging experiences, that you're not interested in being a part of school community, right? Because it took a toll on your personal life and you grew to hate it. But we also have to shift to understand the importance of it, right? How many of you, and I know to take a pause, but how many of you think that your schooling would have been a better experience if you had adults who understood you better? Sometimes the counselors are no better, right? We need more mental health specialists. Guidance counselors see so many people that it doesn't always feel like you're their current priority. So what we would like to do, right? I would like to try to have a conversation with you guys to encourage you all to think about coming into the field of education. I've been in education for the last 10 years, right? And I recognized the role that I could have in influencing other people to really, I'm seeing a lot of me. Yes, yes, yes. I really want to encourage many of you to think about what that path could look like. So let me tell you a little bit more about my trajectory. So I graduated high school here in the city of Newark. I went to undergrad at Montclair State University, which is one of our New Jersey public universities here. And I actually was an English major because I wasn't certain about the work that I was really interested in doing. I didn't know that teaching was for me. I didn't recognize it as the calling that it ended up being. And so what I did was I became an alternate route, right? So I signed up for a teaching license. I was like, this not for me. I like teachers. They were all right. They were cool, but not all of them like really, really spoke to me. And I recognized that like school was my thing because my mother encouraged it to be. Get ready for that, but don't even mention all the other. So I'm going to talk about college, and then I'm going to address what Brooke Walker is talking about in the comments. But so I did that, and I didn't recognize that teaching was my calling. I got into the university. I tried out teaching through the alternate route for a little bit, and I ended up loving it. But the reason why I loved it is because of the relationship building. But I knew beyond that, there were a lot of teachers who on their end hadn't had good experiences or who hadn't been able to engage with their student demographic appropriately. And so it made for schooling to be something that's very complex. right? And so, yes, we do talk a lot about college as being someone that's a part of higher ed, but I think thinking about education, we as educators want to make sure that everybody is prepared for college, right? Sometimes you'll participate in college, sometimes you won't. But I also want people to recognize that as part of education, there's also some entrepreneurial experiences or pathways that you could take here as well. Okay? Oh, school's a flop. Guys, so how do we shift this, right? So I'm saying the comments are still coming in about the way that adults don't care and how school's a flop. And we're looking for alternative options, right? So every day people take different courses of action, right? So what does education look like? If we're defining education, education doesn't just happen in schooling. When I started telling my story earlier, when I started talking about my family, part of it was me identifying or recognizing that despite the way that we grow up, there's still learning experiences from it, right? So you learn from your community, you learn from teachers. Sometimes you have those experiences with counselors. And sometimes you have those experiences in groups like this. But I want you guys to take a second to define for me, like what you guys think education should look like so that we can start to have a more positive experience. We're not educating, we're indoctrinating, right? So tell us more about that in this chat, Omar. Right. Thank you, El Rouge. Right. So this in itself is an educational experience, right? But we can grow that definition of it, I think, or recognize that so many of you are having these negative experiences because of the way that education has been defined for you. And that's not the way that education has to be defined, right? We can have these online academies. This is a dope experience. I tuned in earlier and you guys are getting real world experience with people who are already working in the world. And that's a real possibility. Right. So let's talk about this, right? Because I'm also starting to see us talk a lot about college not being a necessity. And I recognize that the world is ever evolving, right? And you don't have to go to college to be successful. But that's where the question of, so then what does education look like, right? So when we think about teaching and we thinking about teachers, you don't have to be formally licensed to be a teacher, right? This work that we're doing here on the online academy is teaching. The work that you do within a community at your rec center, whoever's leading the activities there, that is teaching. Becoming a mentor for the younger students within your high school, that is teaching. And sometimes those adults that you guys are engaging with and having these negative experiences with, your act of being there present for them is a learning and teaching experience for them as well. Get the proper pay. Right. So I enjoy addressing some of what you guys have coming up, right? Because we talk a lot about pay as well as part of this. And a lot of people are deterred from, so in higher ed, we're having a conversation. Never heard of it. In higher ed, we're having a conversation about where are all the Black teachers, right? So as students in East Orange, as students in the city of Newark, you may have had an experience with Black teachers, but a lot of times we're talking about how we're not in full existence because of pay. And I think we have to think about what's also fulfilling, right? And thinking about other avenues to bring in additional income. So to me, it's focusing on studying what you really are interested in. Right. So we're also going to get into talking about success. You guys have a lot of thoughtful comments like rolling in, and I'm going to try to address as much of this as possible as we go through it. Right. So pay often comes up as a reason why a lot of people do not want to be a part of education. But there are multiple pathways. So, right, I think that everybody who gets into education should have some experience working with groups of students, right? Because it's a part of the work that we decide to do. But you also have it where Again, you could be an entrepreneur. There are administrative roles, and we need more compassionate and empathetic people in those roles. We need more knowledgeable people in those roles. You can be a teacher who's also an activist, right? So in a lot of those spaces, similar to what Sean King was sharing with you all earlier, that's just another way to do the work. So if you're in this space and you're looking at activism, showing up as a teacher or as an academic is a way to push back on the system and reshape some of the issues that you guys are encountering as students in this space. Education can be looking up things yourself and having conversations on important issues. Exactly, right? So part of being educated is being inquisitive. That doesn't mean that you have to have X amount of degrees. It means that you're asking questions about the spaces that you're in. It means that you're pushing back. It means that you're being critical, right? But because formal schooling is in place, I also want to create spaces for students like you all to push back in those spaces as well. Like, there's no reason why so many of you in the chat should have had such negative experiences with schooling. And I'm seeing like some teachers don't even teach. They just hand out work for you to do. Defining education, Branda Logan. To me, it's focusing and studying on what you are really interested in instead of having to take specific classes in order to succeed. And that's a really good point, right? Because how do we define success? What does it even mean to be successful in these spaces? What does it mean to be, how are we defining success? How do we define success? Right, so because we've established earlier, right, like college may not necessarily be for everybody, but what does that mean? So what, can you be successful without it? How are we defining success? Yes, bro, they don't teach, they just give it to us. So I'll go ahead and I'll start to share a little bit with you about how I define success. And then I'll talk to you a little bit about like how you can fulfill your full potential so that you feel successful, right? So for me, successful has a lot similar to Danielle, right? It has a lot to do with the impact, right, that you can make and help to improve other people's lives. I believe it's about finding your passion. It's about deciding like, what works for you, right? What's fulfilling for you? How are you supporting other people in your community? And Jeffrey says, I define success as a person taking the opportunities they're giving to reach their end goals, right? And how are we establishing the goals? How do we start to establish goals? Success is being happy in your environment, right? I feel like success can be defined as doing good in class, better participation in society, like helping in food drives, right? So what you guys are also noticing is success is an individual thing, right? Success, you define success for yourself. And we have to be mindful not to always try to meet the expectations of societal norms. So again, success is you finding your passion. Success is you being able to identify what you're interested in, setting those goals, and coming up with a full action plan to reach those goals, right? You want to start to progress. But we talk a lot about establishing goals. We don't talk enough about what the action steps are that we're going to take to reach those goals, right? So I think kind of like as we move forward, with you guys and thinking about what success means, one like key piece that I can give you is what is your actions? What are the action steps that you want to take in order to establish these goals? Okay, so that's definitely like a key piece. So I when I was introduced to Lydia earlier, she referred to me as Dr. Johnny Wingfield. For me, it was a goal for me to receive an advanced degree, again, because I was so interested in teaching. I was very inquisitive, and this is just something that I wanted to accomplish and build my own knowledge, right? But I had to do was set an action plan. What are the action steps? So always remember, what are the action steps that you need to accomplish your goals? Here we are with Brooke. Success should be in the eye of the beholder like beauty, but honestly, it is in the judgmental eyes of people who either look up to us or look down to us. Brooke, that is a great point, right? And again, this is why I'm here today, right? Because we want to start to shift that narrative. And part of the work that I do in helping to shift that narrative is recruiting people to be a part of our school communities, recruiting people to participate in committees, recruiting people to want to be school teachers, recruiting people to make sure that they're engaging, not just civically, but also like in a very community type way to ensure that these things are happening, to ensure that the adults that you all are working with, or some of you are young adults at this point, but to ensure that there's not looking down that's happening. But a part of that is redefining or understanding what success means, right? And we have to make it the norm, right? So as you guys start to transition into adulthood and start to think about the career paths that you want to take, be it school teachers, be it community members, be it like entrepreneurial expansions, you guys have to, as young people, have to start to shift what that means. You have to make it the norm to define what success is, and that's us being more open to it. I agree. Success. You need to work hard day and night, have integrity, never quit. Don't focus on the haters, and to focus on yourself before you help other people. So that's a comment from Christopher, right? And I think what really stands out there is the integrity piece, because we often talk about the work we want to do, but we don't often talk enough about having integrity and doing that work. But then a part of having integrity ties back to the points that Brooke is making about society looking down on you, right? And so because of all these experiences, because of what we recognize as society not accepting what we all define as successful, sometimes when we enter spaces, we encounter what's called imposter syndrome. Have we ever heard of the term imposter syndrome? So imposter syndrome is sometimes when we show up in spaces that we're overly qualified for, that we've always been built to be a part of, that we come in because we're so brilliant, because we're so intelligent, but we don't always feel like we deserve to be in those spaces. And I think what this online academy is doing for us is really focusing on ensuring that we have the confidence to enter these spaces, right? Because we know that we show up in these spaces and we're capable of doing the work. And so one of the things that I really wanted to emphasize for you guys today, is to really make sure that you're showing up and you're your most confident self. And that's very important. I think the experiences that I have had as a young Black woman, as a young woman in higher ed, as a young woman in education, when there's not typically many of us at this level, is just ensuring that I'm always confident, right? You guys always have to be showing up in these spaces and recognizing that you are who you knew you were, right? Showing up as your authentic selves, your professional yet authentic selves, because you were prepared to be in any space that you are willing to sign up to be in. I feel like the school system can be teaching us skills in middle and high school. Middle and high school that we can use to make and manage our money and to not spend so much time in school learning non-useful information. Right. So, but that's part of the work, right? So when we talk about doing work, when we talk about activism, I think we all have this image in our head about what activism looks like. But activism goes just beyond standing outside with pickets, right? Because that work is one set of very important work, but the work that happens in school is very important too. And what I'm seeing here, and this is why I'm bringing it back to activism, is that we need space within schools to push back. Right? Part of pushing back is identify, or at least just part of pushing back is fighting, showing up to school board meetings, disputing the curriculum that you're being taught, showing up and pushing for a curriculum that's more applicable to the things that you want to do, showing up and like having conversations, having difficult conversations, and creating spaces where you know it's okay to be different. And so that work has to be done, but it's now our responsibility to now start to pass this on to some of you guys, right? So as you begin to graduate high school and you think about your career paths, your educational experiences have had some influence on that, right? Your career path is determined by not just your personal life, right? Because I had the things that were happening in my personal life, but I also had my school experiences, and they all influenced who I became today, right? And again, many of you have had negative school experiences, and so now you're deterred from ever wanting to be in a school space. And you have to think about like what influence that's going to have on you as a parent as well, and then what your interactions will be with schools as your children start to enter schools. But you also have to know that like you have a voice, and to use that voice to advocate for and to push back on what's happening in school so that we're having more positive experiences, right? And these are things that you can demand, right? They don't teach us grammar anymore, but these are things that can be asked for. But your school boards, your school communities have to hear your voices and know that this is happening, right? And that's part of, and that's part of engaging civically. You guys vote for your school board members, or your families vote for school board members. You guys, and your school board decides who your superintendent is going to be. And so there's all these components to it that you guys really have to be thinking about. So with these especially negative experiences, I want to also just drop the gem of like, what are you doing in your community to push back on some of the negative experiences that are happening in the school? Because if that's somewhere that you've been for a lifetime, it's possible that your parents have had those same experiences. You guys had those same experiences, but we want to start to think a little bit differently so that we can push back on what those experiences look like for the children behind us. So I'm starting to see some questions come up. I'm going to open it up to questions now because I think I'm down to about 10 minutes. But one question that I saw is, what if you don't have the confidence in yourself and you never had it in yourself your whole life and you don't have confidence? So I think sometimes it is difficult to find a confidence in yourself. You really want to, sometimes it is difficult to find the confidence in yourself. Part of that, though, is identifying an adult or a mentor that can help support you, right? Because sometimes we don't always see in ourselves what other people see in us, and we might need something that's a little bit encouraging or a bit of a push to get us to start to think about what our strengths are. So if you constantly have had experiences where people aren't affirming who you are, which happens in school, which again ties back to why some of you guys have had negative experiences, you haven't been affirmed enough, or you have questions and you're seeking out somebody that can help you find your highest potential or skill set that you're good in, then you might need to do that, right? But again, where do you find those people? You find them in spaces like this, right? So engaging in this opportunity is one way. Again, your community centers. Some of you may even be working jobs already, so identifying maybe somebody on a job that you look up to. And you all are heavy on social media, right? So aside from just following like celebrities, or like, find somebody on there that's inspiring for you. Jump in their DMs. Hi, I find you to be inspiring. Your work looks interesting to me. Can you tell me more about the work that you do? Can you guide me on some of what it is that you're doing? Are you looking for an intern? Can we have more deeper conversation about this work? And a lot of people are open to supporting you and guiding you. And that's a good way to build up your confidence, because when you know, you show up in a space and you do that work in that way. What if you graduate and you want to help people? There are tons of opportunities to help people as a graduate. And I'm assuming you might mean high school graduation. But again, you can be volunteering. You can be take on internships. And I think a lot of people could be more involved in their municipality, right? So looking at your city hall, what opportunities are available out of your city hall? What's happening from the Department of Recreation that summer? What opportunities do your high schools or middle schools have? Big brother, big sister. There are tons of opportunities to help people that are as simple as volunteering or interning, or more complex in identifying a career path that will lead to like the long-term help of someone. And again, if you're uncertain of what a career path would look like for you, start to talk to people. Just ask questions, reach out, show up. A lot of times in your local offices, you can go to the building, knock on a door, and somebody would be glad to help you and have a conversation with you. Do we have any more questions coming through? What do you say to those who are shy and quiet yet want to change? That's a great question. As someone who is very shy and can sometimes be quiet, right? So it does take a lot for me to be on this platform alone took a lot of energy, and I really have to build myself up to talk for long periods of time. But again, when you're confident in the skill or the work that you're doing, you can come to the work more easily. I think a lot of times being shy or quiet comes out of a place of insecurity. But when you're secure in the work that you do, when you have begun to master a lot of what you do, you show up more confidently. But again, that comes from being close to people who give you thoughtful and critical feedback for you to improve yourself, but who also lovingly affirm the person that you are. And so I recognize that a lot of challenges we might have with being more forward and showing up in spaces more confidently can sometimes be rooted in insecurity, but because we haven't seen enough examples of ourselves, we haven't seen enough examples of what it is that we want to be, and we haven't been affirmed in a way that's going to support us in moving forward. I see another question here about comparing yourself to others, and you will lose all confidence. Yeah. And we don't have to compare ourselves to others, right? So taking it back to one of the earlier points you guys are on social media a lot. So you might see that you're comparing yourself to others a lot. We all have our different paths. My path diverted from what my family was typically doing, and that was fine. But if I took the time and compared myself to everyone because they're the same age, or they're older, or they're younger, and they're at a certain part in their life, you're not going to have the confidence to move forward, right? So you have to be secure in that we all have our own path, and that sometimes there'll be minor setbacks. Sometimes it's not a straight path. Sometimes it's a crooked path that we take, but that's life. And it shouldn't impact your confidence. As long as you know that you're keeping with it, you're persevering, you're pushing through, that confidence will come. How can we use petitions as minors to make changes? So I feel like I have to interpret this question a little bit, because I don't know if you mean in your school community or in a larger community. I mean, because petitions essentially show that you have support for what it is that a change that you would like to see come. I know that change.org, you can create a lot of petitions in that space for causes that are of interest to you, and they pick up a lot of those and will pursue it and support making legislation around it if it's something that garners a lot of support. So I think it works in the same way. If you're a minor, if you are seeking to have change happen and you create a petition, at the very least, a petition identifies that there are a lot of people who agree with you, and you just then have to move it to the right group of people so that you can start to mobilize and get some change put into place, right? So when creating petitions, think about is this real change that you want to see happen? Thinking of an action plan, not just thinking of having. So action plans are connected to a lot of what it means to like really get your goals going and really accomplish the change that you want to see. So have that petition, garner your support, but also come with solutions for the way that you can start to move change along. I'm trying to have confidence. No, this is, I don't, this is a safe space. This is not a space where you should feel embarrassed. I think I love the questions that are coming through. Keep them coming. You guys have a lot to share. And again, you guys have, went off social media this summer and focus on being great at things that are actually matter to me. Isaiah, that's like a beautiful point, right? So sometimes that's part of the work that you have to do to build your confidence. Sometimes social media is a distraction from what it is that you really are trying to accomplish and results in you trying to compare yourself with others. But sometimes it's all about you. And at many stages in our life, you have to take the time out to reflect and go on your own personal journey. And what does that mean, right? That means asking questions about what you want to do. It means trying new things, because some of you guys are really young, and your thinking is going to evolve over time. You're not going to always be interested in the same things, even though those same things would have influenced you over the course of time. If you think about confidence, if you think about it, confidence comes not from always being right, but from not fearing to be wrong. Ooh, Terrell Williams, that is a great point. Fear is often at the center of the work of our feelings, of our insecurities. That's what insecurities are rooted in, right? From not knowing, but also from fear, right? And we haven't, and this is again something that we're working on in education, is like, are we creating communities for people to be okay with getting it, not always getting it right, or setting it up for people to feel comfortable to make mistakes, right? We're fearful or like embarrassed to not always get it right. Like school makes you feel insecure about yourself because you realize how different you are. Right. So how do we start to think about or create spaces where it's okay to be different? Because for me, it's really important to hear our student voices. But how are we establishing these environments? Like, what are we doing? How are the paths that we're choosing to take affirming for everyone that it's okay to be different? I think people have to first make sure they are good mentally, emotionally, before they try to go out and tell others that changes need to be made. That's a good point, Cynthia, right? But let's see, everything's coming through now. Right. And the one thing that I really admire about this particular age group is that you guys are much more in tune with thinking about your mental and emotional health. And those things are a priority, right? If your own mental and emotional health aren't together, then it makes it really challenging. But on the other side, it is a responsibility of educators to ensure that you have that environment to go on that path. So Omar is asking, who do we students go to on concerns about curriculum and things of that nature? I ask because sometimes you go to someone and they only pretend to hear you out and in reality do nothing. So addressing issues of curriculum can happen in many different ways. So sometimes you might start that conversation with your teacher, but oftentimes your teacher is not the person who makes those decisions. So you want to be going to talk to your school administrators. You want to be showing up to your school board meetings. At this time, I believe like all school board meetings are happening virtually, but there is a public session where you can sign up and you can speak and you can voice your concerns to the school board about how you guys are engaging in the curriculum that you don't believe suits you, right? But come prepared, like, this curriculum doesn't suit me because this is the experience that I'm having in the classroom. These are the changes that I would like to see made, and this is what I feel like I really should be learning. Student activism is a big thing, right? Youth activism is a huge thing, and youth really get things moving. In school districts, a lot of things come out of your district office, and your individual school may not have that power. School board meetings. School board meetings is where it really happens. Show up there, voice your concerns, ask for change, push for change. I'm just catching up on the comments here. lose confidence. I see all things about school, but we should still always remember that most of our one in the mind, no matter how negative. Yes. So, and just addressing Lillian's point, no matter how negative school may be, she's arguing that you still stay a positive person. So I hear you, Lillian, but we also still have to ensure that we're pushing for things that allow us to practice healthy mental practices. And sometimes the community or our school don't allow for those experiences to occur, right? So then we start to think about, well, what are the healthy avenues that I can take? And if I don't have anybody in this one space that I can rely on, who can support me in pulling myself up so I can shift my thinking so I can have more positive experience so that my mental health stays on par. So those are all great things to consider. Ooh, you guys are really coming through with a lot of thoughtful comments. Your student councils, yep, student councils and administrators, and they can start to get the ball rolling. They can start to get the ball rolling. And so I also see comments of us like saying this is 30 minutes of us slandering schools, and I want to shift that. I want to think about this in a different way. So instead of us defining it as slandering schools, I think what's happening is that you guys are offering up healthy criticism of your schools. Schools should be environments that feel safe, that it should allow you to be yourself, that should allow for people to build their confidence. And I'm seeing that that hasn't always been the experience. And so what I further encourage everyone to do, this is again why I work with teachers, why I have chosen to be a part of higher ed, is because we want to start to create teachers or create teacher pipelines that bring new sets of teachers into schools that are setting up these spaces, right? And I know a lot of really amazing teachers who create these environments already. But if we know some of the faults that we experience in school, then we know how to approach it differently. You know what to ask for because you participated in the schooling, right? And so we don't often get enough people who are interested in coming in and creating the environments that we demand, right? The environments that we're asking for. And so what we want to do is have healthy criticism of these spaces so that we can encourage people who have a vested interest in students, in schooling, in our communities to create more positive environments, right? And I'm saying that as someone who has been a teacher, saying that as someone who, saying that as someone who encourages many people to get back into education, to get into teaching, but also that we can have these great experiences or more positive experiences that allow for you or encourage you to be an entrepreneur, right? Yeah, that shouldn't just happen on VIP Online Academy, right? People should be encouraging you in this space, and people should be encouraging you in the classroom to take the skills that you are learning and turning them into whatever it is that you want to pursue. I see a lot more questions coming in. I feel like a lot of us need more than inspiration, perhaps. It's rather easy to tell us to be positive and confident, but it takes a lot to get people to take it in and make a change. Absolutely, right? So I can't look at you and say, be inspired. You have to be inspired by something. You have to identify what it is that motivates you to want to pursue what it is that you're pursuing, right? And it happens in many different avenues. You have to determine, and sometimes it doesn't always come to us by ourselves. I think I said earlier, you might have to identify a peer, an adult, a mentor that can help you find the greatness in yourself. But that's also like, who's your tribe? Who are the people that you have around you? What are the people around you doing? Because sometimes that in itself is inspiring work. For myself, like I ensure that I surround myself with people who are doing things that are going to keep me motivated, right? I check in with my people. Jamila calls me. Jamila checks in. Hey, I haven't heard from you in a while. What are we working on today, right? So a lot of your inspiration might not always be in you because we're not always inspired. Sometimes our environment makes it difficult. And I'm seeing, again, a lot of comments about virtual schooling. Virtual schooling might not always allow for you to feel inspired to even engage in the work. And then now we're in a place where we're in a house a lot more. So our mental health isn't what it was, and we're starting to have to make a lot of these shifts. So then start to think about like, who's your tribe and who can help push you to kind of work through some of these things. Right. And I'm a good Jeffrey, where, you know, that's not ignoring your negative feelings, right? So negative feelings are going to arise and they're going to be natural. And sometimes you have to sit in those negative feelings, but you can't stay in those negative feelings. And we then have to think about, okay, or find the support to think about, okay, so how do we work through this? But negative feelings absolutely should come up. Richard works. Okay, so can I get, so I think we spent a lot of time talking about schools. We answered some questions, but I also want to let you guys know, those of you who are interested in education or making that change, that there are different avenues, right? So you guys are probably most familiar with what, you guys are probably most familiar with the roles that exist within your actual school buildings, but know that there are things outside of that that you can do. And I think at some point, I'm gonna like circle back around and share with Jamila, just highlighting some like really dope educators in our community and seeing the work that they're doing, so that you guys can recognize that there are other things that you can do besides teach. Down to being a coach on one of your local football teams or being a coach on a cheerleading team. But there are other avenues. So you can be a professor. You can work within higher ed as a staff member, which I think some other guest speakers have talked to you about. And you can be a teacher. You can be an administrator. You can work out of your district office. You can run for school board. You can be a school board member. And so again, we're back to talking about virtual schooling, and I believe that's Lydia who, you know, are encouraging us to spin our perspective, right? So we're talking about the negatives of virtual schooling, but you guys have been engaging in this virtual experience. What's the difference? This is another question I'm asking for you all. What's the difference between the virtual experience you're having with VIP Online Academy and the experience that you're having in school? Why is this something that feels more feels like something that's more enjoyable than what's happening with online schooling? So I'll ask the question one more time. What's the difference between the online schooling experience that you guys are having and this VIP Online Academy? Because I'm seeing that this online academy has been very positive, but the school day, the feedback is that that's been a struggle. They're more interactive. Virtual experience is way more interactive. We get paid because we want to learn about this, right? So this all is getting back. We get to express more of our voices here, maybe. So I think that this, again, these are all very important points, right? And all circles back around to the same thing. You having a choice in what it is that you get to learn about, and you caring about what you get to learn about, right? You're actually able to receive and retain information that will be useful in life. And this is what you have to, if you want to teach us things we actually use in the future, but in school we learn the same things every year. It's so disappointing, but I think part of what you take from this as well is that you have a voice. You have a voice. You know, we know, educators know that you need real life skills. You want things that are relevant to the things that you're doing. And now we have to figure out how we can get that. Like, how do we make that happen, right? You guys, some of the people that you're hearing from are activists. And I keep reinforcing activism because of no greater time than now, than when, right? And you guys have tons of examples of activism in order to make some of this change happen for you, right? All of these things are very important to really see the change that you guys want to see. And you guys are all thinking about the different ways in which you can improve your future, which is what we're interested in. Okay, so I'm open to some more questions. We have time to answer some more questions. Leadership, right? So, so there seems to also be this thing about a fear connected to speaking up. And if you're not comfortable with speaking up, then fine. We also talked about, I'm sorry, guys. Yes, I know. So, excuse me. Let me make sure I turn all these things off. So in response to this fear or it not being cool for speaking up in class, I think that's when you have to tie this back to some of what we talked about with the petitioning, right? So in that exact moment, if there's a discomfort or something that you can't do, what you might need to do is garner some support, right? So before you bring an issue up, who can you get to support this issue? That's all a part of the activism work, but it's also not being afraid to do these things. And here online, you're allowed to have that voice. And so this should also have some of you be more confident with going back to school. So I'm going to take some more questions. How do you feel? Oh, that's a great question asked by Giovanni. So how do you feel like you are different from most educators? I think for me, what really set me aside as an educator was my commitment to students as their whole selves, right? And so what do I mean by that? It was really important for me to build a relationship with my students. I needed to know who my students were outside of the classroom, because the work that you do, the content that we're learning, the curriculum that we're told that we need to taught, is just one small piece of who you are and not who you are in whole. And your outside life really influences you. It was also important for me to know my students' family and to be familiar with the community. It doesn't serve me to teach you if I don't know who you are and the community that you come from. Because again, our community and our families all influence the decisions that we make. It influences the career paths that we take. It influences what we're willing to be committed to or not be committed to. And then I also needed my students and my families to know that they were welcome in this space, right? And that I see them for who they are and that there is no judgment and that it was okay to be different. And all those things are really at the forefront of teaching for me, over teaching content, right? Because grades tend to be important because value is placed on it because of the systems that we take part in. But what are those things if I don't know you? And that was me as a classroom teacher and me in higher ed. As a professor at a university, is as important for me to ensure that the future teachers that I'm working with are going into these spaces and really focusing on how they're going to get to know their students. And if you're not from that community, designating the time to get to know that community, shop in that community, live in that community, eat lunch in that community, go buy from the small businesses there. All of those things are really important to being a successful educator. It is unfortunate that that's not always the experience you're going to have. You may not have even a full-time teacher for the full year. There are some courses where you just have a substitute all year. But my goal is to really start to shift that. It's not something that I'm doing alone, right? It's like a huge effort across the board from educators to try to get this moving and to happen so that you all are having more positive experiences in school. And I think during this time of COVID, it's become more obvious so for some of us, it's always, as like people of color, as Black people, it's always been obvious that these are things that we needed to address. But for some people, it's just now becoming obvious, which is giving us a little more space to push and make this happen in a more effective way. Let's see, I'm trying to see what else we got in the comments here. I feel like school doesn't teach us the right stuff. So yeah, so I'm seeing a combination of comments, them substitutes though from sincere, which is like definitely an area of growth, right, for our school districts. And how can, even if we're having to have substitutes, how are we supporting them and supporting you guys? If you're teaching Common Core, you're indoctrinating our children to communism. I think that's an opinion. That's certainly an opinion and probably something we could get deeper into. And I think like if we're thinking about or talking about indoctrination in any form, that we have to, again, as educators or as people with an interest in education, think about what that shift looks like. And again, what we're advocating for, who we're talking to, and then us ourselves remaining inquisitive and pushing back and being critical of our experiences so that we're not being indoctrinated, and so we can always see things for what they are. But that comes with doing the research on yourself, right? For yourself on your own. Oh, this is what I'm being told. Let me do research. What is the research that supports this? Are there different perspectives to this? And how can I move forward? More questions? I know, and I'm seeing, you know, in the chat, I'm seeing a lot of points be emphasized about us like not learning what we need to learn in school. But I think something like VIP Online Academy is the first step and can be an example, right? And so we're having a lot of conversations. So we go back, we talk to Jamila later and say, hey, Jamila, you want to run this past our school board? Do you want to support us? So can we then have a workshop on how do we push back? How do we ask questions? How do we have a series of activism so that we can start to see a shift in our schools? Bringing the schools back into the communities, not run by the government. So I think if I'm interpreting that statement correctly, I don't know if it refers to schools being state run or schools having local control or the funding. I'm not exactly sure. But what I could add to that is thinking about how all stakeholders, I can't say Sandra can't stay home anymore, but thinking about who are all the stakeholders and how do we ensure that stakeholders all have a say in what's happening. But again, it's a matter of us showing up and pushing back and asking questions. Drop some more questions in the comments, guys. Did I ever want to drop out of school at some point? I didn't want to drop out of school, but there was certainly a point when I didn't feel like going. It was like, this is not interesting to me. It's boring. Nobody's talking about what I want to talk about. And I was absent. I wasn't going as frequently as I should have been going. But the shift for me was like realizing that I had to fulfill this requirement for what I wanted to do next. And I knew what was coming after was something to really look forward to, where I can like have a little bit more control over the education that I was receiving, because I could be diving deeper into the things that were interesting to me. And so I wasn't ever going to drop out, but I certainly felt like this space is not okay and I don't want to do this anymore. But I know sometimes it feels like self-sacrificing, because I know that I have to do this in order to get to what I want to do next. How different is college or grad school from high school? It's very different because you have more choice, right? There's more autonomy. You have more control over what it is that you would like to learn. And there's also more space to challenge and ask questions, which traditional schools may not always allow for. So in college, for my undergraduate degree, it took me a long time to figure out what I wanted to major in. And it took so long because there were so many options and I had never had those options before. So that's one of the most immediate things to me, is that I had options, and college allows for you to like figure it out, what you are interested in. And you might try a little bit of this and a little bit of that before you make your final choice. It's different in that you're more responsible for yourself, right? It's up to you of how deeply you want to dive into the work that you're doing. How hard do I want to study this, right? Because they're saying like C's to get degrees too, right? And so am I going to be the student that coasts just to get the degree, or am I taking the time to designate to really get to know a topic that I'm really interested in? So grad school and college are very different from high school in that you're making the choice about what it is that you want to learn. And you also get to decide the depth in which you want to learn it, right? How deeply do I want to go into this topic that I am interested in? I am trying to catch up here in the comments with you guys because I find it very fun. You guys are sharing such great points that it's like would be remiss of me to not continue to like check in and see, so I can follow up on some of the points that you're making. Here we go. How do you pinpoint your college major career if you have many interests? I encourage like trying a little bit of both. I'm a little bit of trying out a lot of everything is really what I meant. When I first started college, I was undeclared. I didn't have a major. Then I decided I was going to be an English major. Then I picked up a minor in business to see what that felt like. But I also had a lot of internships. I was really interested in marketing and fashion. So I was interning at really popular magazines at the time, doing that work. I interned at a publishing agency. I interned at magazines. I interned at a fashion house. I was visiting schools to see if that's what I was interested in. So I really encourage people to ask questions. I was sending people at the time. How was I finding people? Maybe on like LinkedIn. I would go and I would look up an organization, go into their what department would I be interested in working in here, and sending people emails. And people were responding. I say, hey, this is something I think that I'm interested in. Would you take a meeting with me? And people were taking meetings with me. Or they'd be like, oh, hey, like I'm interested in talking to you further. Would you also be interested in an internship? So it's really just taking a little taste of everything and seeing what really suited me. And some things I thought were great. Some things were like, nah, this ain't gonna be for me, before I really nailed down what it was that I wanted to do. So I encourage you to like try things and have conversations with people, reach out to people who are already in businesses that like pique your interest to kind of determine. And I think this, again, bringing it back to this platform, this is a great platform because you guys are starting to get to see what different career paths that you can be taking. The comments, where are we at with it? What factors most contributed to your choice of the subject you majored in? So I decided to major in English, one, because I was just a reader. Like, again, I was very inquisitive, so I always was interested in reading. But I also recognized very early on that it gave me the flexibility to choose a career path after, right? So I know I didn't want to be like pigeonholed into, like, if I was a marketing major, like, oh man, does that mean I have to work in marketing? Is what I thought at the time. Whereas English, I'm like, well, it gives me a skill set to be like well-read and have great writing skills. And there's a lot of career fields that need people who write well, right? So I really was thinking about what would allow me flexibility, and if I didn't want to be in one particular field, then what was a major that was going to set me up to be able to get into another field if need be. And then beyond that, after undergrad, then I started to refine it more and more, because as I grew older and my thinking evolved, I was more clear on what I wanted. So my major really was rooted in the idea of like, where can I have flexibility to try new things? I'm a huge advocate of just like trying new things. Do you need to know what you're going to do when you get into college? Nope. No. you have that option to be undeclared. I believe it's for like your first 2 years, right? So you have all these courses that are required of you, but they're from a little bit of everywhere. And in those courses, you will really start to see what you like and what you don't like. Some of you might already have that idea based on like your required courses from high school. What it is that you want to do. I'm looking at some of the comments, but you don't have to know what you want to do. You don't have to know just yet what it is that you want to do, but keep an open mind as you're trying the required courses. But again, coursework is not always a clear or good reflection of what the real world is going to be like. So also finding opportunities to intern or to just have meetings with people in fields that you thought might be interesting to you. That is a real true reflection. There was a point where I was really sold on like working for a magazine, and that's not, once I interned in that field, I was like, I don't like this. And so don't rely only on school to determine what it is that you want to do after school. And do your research, right? You guys have online, like they're, again, reach out to people, ask questions, DM, emails, and people will get back to you. People will respond. Any more questions? So I think too, right now, because I see a lot of comments about COVID and being online, it might be hard at this time to like really think about what's most interesting for you, because schooling at the high school level and schooling at the university level is all online right now. So you might want to take this time to be reflective, to do some research, to get online, to get on Instagram. And that's only one image of what a possible career could look like. You have VIP Online Academy, but really use this time to just start to think about and do the research, because all this information is accessible. I see things about, like not using your degree after college, and that happens, right? So this is, again, back to the point about being flexible. And even if you chose a career field and got a degree, that doesn't mean that you have to stick with that. You guys are really going to learn a lot about yourself over the years. If you're 17 or 18, you're going to be a different person at 21, at 25, at 27, at 30, right? And be open to that evolution, right? Always the world is changing. We learned really quickly during COVID that you got to adjust. You got to know when to pivot. Did anything about this job surprise you? That's a good question. I can't say that I was surprised. Yes, you know what? It was. So in more recent years, I think that what it means to be a student has changed. You guys have access to more information, or not. You don't have access to necessarily more information, but you get information a lot quicker. And so as an educator at this level at higher ed, with the way that information changes so quickly, because it's so more quickly accessible or more quickly available to students, it really forces you to have to be prepared in a way that I don't think is the same of the past, right? So as a younger professor, it benefits me in that, like, I'm reading what's on Twitter, I'm reading what's on Instagram. I understand that all of these, I understand what's happening in the world, or I'm checking in for the information at the same rate that my students are checking in for it. But I think that if you're not someone who's as in tune, then it's difficult, right? Because it requires a different level of preparation and even a different level of interest to really want to keep up with information at the rate that has become so common.
Thank you so much, just as you had firefighters, I have planes that fly over my home.
Yes.
So I totally understand. So you guys give it up for her in the comments. We just want to thank you for your transparency in telling your story in terms of your upbringing and your story. You know, similar to you, I have a similar story where, you know, a lot of, you know, and even to the young people in our program, you know, I was a child of a substance abuser, and that was my childhood experience, right? However, what you're born into does not determine the trajectory of your life. That is our responsibility, you know, and I just, you know, I'm so excited to see you looking like me, you know, in all facets, right? Not just about, you know, about being Black women, but being young Black women. And I'm sure you can relate. I've always been the youngest leader in the room. And just the challenges that brings and the emotions that go through that, you know, that you go through. And so I just want to thank you for sharing your whole self with our young people today, because it's really all they want. And so when they talk about how negative their school experience has been, you know, and what they're experiencing with us, you know, we get DMs all the time. I think it's just the fact that we're not afraid, to share a little bit of ourselves with them, right? Everyone who comes on every single week gives them the real deal. No one's going to stand up here and, you know, share their untruths with them, or not share who they truly are at their core, or how they overcame adversity. And that's truly what they need in order to take it to the next step. You know, I was also what I call a village kid, which this generation, they don't know nothing about that. Oh, my mother did not play. Okay. Because if I was coming around the corner from school, Miss Henry around the corner was like, baby, what you doing with that young man? You don't got no business with that young man. Get yourself on home. And so I think that, you know, they're now getting the Miss Henrys in this experience where, you know, some Yandy, you know, calls them her babies, or, you know, some of them, you know, they're like, oh, that's Auntie so-and-so. And it's because they feel like people care. And I think that that is what is going to shift education for these young people, as some of them have already graduated and we're losing a few of them to college, because some campuses are opening. We're losing a few of them to campus experiences next week, but we have several freshmen and sophomores. And I know that I hear all the time that really what they just want is something real. And so I just thank you for giving them something real that they could see and that they could feel and that they could touch, because I think it just makes all the difference to them.
Thank you so much, Lydia. I really enjoyed participating in this, and thank the students for also being so real and so transparent and sharing exactly what it was that they felt. Took me a minute to adjust. I'm like trying to talk and read the comments, but like
and this is a new experience, I think, for anyone who jumps on board with us. And so I just thank you for being you know, just being awesome and available and being willing to learn.
Thank you guys.
Yeah, so we will see you again soon. If they wanted to get in contact with you, is there a way for them to reach you?
They can follow me on Instagram. So
I think some of them have already started tagging you, girl. They've already found you.
Oh, okay.
They have already. So we have a culture here. They tend to like take photos of their computer screen and they will put it in their stories and they will tag the speakers. So they don't already found you.
Okay.
So everyone, she's extended her Instagram. If you want any more support, you know, I know a lot of our young Black men and women, but I see a lot of our young Black girls wanting to just ask more about, you know, declaring a major, determining the direction that they want to go in. And I think with this particular program, they're learning so much that they realize that, like, I'd never considered that if I wanted to be an activist, I can go into journalism, as Sean King mentioned today, or even yesterday when Angelo from Until Freedom was on, and he's a lawyer. So they, you know, there are so many aspects.
Can be activists too.
Listen, and I don't, right, because there's a whole nother level. I just had a conversation with a former principal who started her own entrepreneurship journey, and so she's doing a conference all around activism as a parent, and how do I advocate for not only my child's needs, because a lot of times our young people, they don't have advocacy because their parents don't always know how to advocate. What can I say? What can't I say? And so I just think that this was awesome. So I just want to thank you on behalf of all of my Schwepp kids. We honor and we thank you for that.
All right. Thank you, guys.
All right, we'll stay in contact.
All right. Thank you. Bye.
Bye. All right, guys. So I'm going to close us out. The time is now 1:49. So we have about 10 minutes. So a few house notes. And I'm going to just drop them in the comments. So you guys should be aware that anyone who is in the makeup specialized training program during the morning, so not for independent study, if you are part of the eyelash tech, hair braiding, makeup cohort, tomorrow at 2 p.m., you can go and pick up your makeup kits, and that's rain or shine at 90 Halstead. Just hang out in the parking lot. They'll be down there. If you were selected as the Yale ambassador, you can also go and pick up your ambassador kits tomorrow. You should stand by. Don't open them just yet. We're going to give you more information on a training. You can open them and take a look at it, but don't start using the products just yet, because we want to tell you exactly what we want to have you do with your ambassador kits, and we will get in contact with you regarding that. Lastly, some of you have mentioned to me that you do not have a shirt. You did not receive your shirt when we did the first go round. And as you know, you're going to need the shirts for the finale. So please go and pick up a shirt tomorrow at 2 p.m. If you cannot physically go, but a parent or a sibling can go on your behalf, please send an email to the Youth 2000 email just indicating that you need to send someone on your behalf to pick up your shirt. So that's in writing, and then that person could come with the, a copy of the email either on their phone or print it out to pick that up on your behalf. So that's super important. Second thing, I want to announce the name of the finale. So you guys ran a poll, and I want to just give you guys the results. So drum roll, please. I don't know how y'all gonna do that in the chat. Give me an emoji. Give me a drum emoji in the comments. Give me a drum emoji in the comments. I'm waiting. I need a drum emoji in the comments, y'all. All right, I see them coming in. So the name of, thank you, Collins. Thank you, Sandra. Y'all are on it. I appreciate y'all for giving me some energy. This is what I need, y'all. This is what I need. Oh, some of y'all giving me tech. Come on, y'all. I appreciate y'all. The name of our 2020 Schwepp East Orange Finale Day will be Schwepp Fest. It's going down. All right, y'all. So the name of our event is officially Schwepp Fest. It's going down. As you know, I am a huge advocate of you guys having voice and choice in everything that you do. So I run polls for these things. So thank you to everyone who participated. That is going to be the name of our finale day. So I'm super, super, super excited. I'm super excited of all the planning that's going on. Some of your leads, your ambassadors have already contacted me to represent your department and to represent some of the things that you're going to be doing. So I think it's going to be super dope. More news, more updates next week. So stay tuned. I appreciate you guys. If you have independent study, go ahead on over to your independent study. Otherwise, we will see you Monday. Bye, guys.